Hello. Hello, 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 hello. How's everybody doing out there? Oh, can I say I think it's a shame what Maggot has done to Jet, making him out to be something that he's not. Shame on her. She's the victim. No, you're trying to create a storyline on someone else's expense. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Mary. So good to see you, Mary. It's been a minute. Guys, you think Charles is going to have to give up the throne? He's going to have to abdicate? What do you guys think? Why are we putting this problem? Why are we making this King Charles's issue? Why is he being punished? What do you guys think? Should we do Nancy first? Here, I'm going to switch it around. Let's do Nancy first and end with Andrew. Let's start with Nancy. You're knitting. What are you knitting? Are you making a blanket? How beautiful. I love knitting. It's so therapeutic. Uh-oh. Ellie says King Charles needs to step down. We're going to talk about it, Ellie. Because everybody's talking about how he needs to step down. I beg to differ. I think he needs... Hello, Polo. Polo's in the house. Polo's in the house. Polo, you going live today? Tranquility Tuesday? What is it? Tranquility? Oh, I'm going to come over and visit. Wow. Okay, Ellie, I know your thoughts. Everybody know my thoughts. I wonder what the people are saying. Just people. You know? Hashtag, where the hell is Nancy? Hashtag, where's Nancy, guys? Are we closer in solving her mystery? Let's get started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. I have been thinking about how to help you understand. Oh, Lord. You're going to try to change my mind, Ellie? Why? I have been thinking about how to help you understand why I and others feel this way, and I think I figured it out. I understand why you feel this way, Ellie. You've been in this situation where, I totally understand where you're coming from. The government official. So even if he was the government official and that's his brother, did he or did he not strip him of his titles? Didn't he strip him of being a senior royal? Didn't King Charles take steps to remove him out of the limelight, even when the authorities wasn't doing anything? I'm not saying King Charles is above the law, but I don't think he's done anything to be crucified. I don't think he's done anything illegal. Does that make sense? All right, we're going to come back to King Charles, okay? Yeah, why is King Charles responsible for Andrew's behavior? Maybe we should start with Andrew. Let's start with Andrew then. Okay. Let's see here. Where is...
Welcome back to...
Let's see here. Where is our king?
Sadly, this biggest crisis facing the British royal family in modern history has the potential to get worse. Far worse. Which is why today I am demanding from the heart that we must hear directly from King Charles and that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor must be removed from the line of succession. But before we get there, for those who say a keep calm and carry on approach is possible, let's just look at the latest. Police are scouring Royal Lodge on the Windsor Royal Estate for a second day, with sex crime accusations mounting and suggestions cops may even end up demanding to search Buckingham Palace as the Metropolitan Police announce they will start interviews with Andrew's former royalty protection officers. And the colour of what went down yesterday remains astonishing. The former prince, we learn, was processed like a common criminal suspect after being arrested at Sandringham. He was fingerprinted, he had his mugshot taken, he was taken aside and read his rights at home before being allowed to get ready while being shadowed by one of the arresting officers. His two private bodyguards, former Met police officers, remained by his side as the search team rifled through cupboards and drawers at Wood Farm. Andrew was not handcuffed, but he did have a DNA saliva swab taken along with his prints and a photograph otherwise known as a mugshot. It was a shock for the man who woke up planning to spend his 66th birthday alone with 2 corgis who used to belong to his mum, the late Queen Elizabeth, and 5 Norfolk Terriers. A friend said the plan was to spend a quiet and lonely 66th birthday at Wood Farm, as no one was coming around to celebrate with him, not even Fergie or their 2 children, Beatrice and Eugenie. He was expecting to spend the day with 7 dogs. Instead, he had 15 coppers at his door. Now, remarkably, what is now an infamous and iconic photograph representing what the Daily Mail described as ex-Prince Andrew's downfall after his release, following 12 hours questioning by cops, wasn't the most worrying photo release for the disgraced Duke overnight. TMZ published truly creepy new pictures from 2011 of the Duke with a young boy toddler as they played with a ball, which is actually a breast. The US website reported these pics of Andrew taken back in 2011 show the then Duke of York kneeling across from a young boy and rolling a ball back and forth with him. Just clean, wholesome fun. Until you realize the ball is painted like a breast, complete with a pale pink nipple protruding.
See, Dan is exaggerating here. We already established Demon Dictator that it was like a pacifier. The breast is like a pacifier. He's not playing with a adult toy with this little baby. They're taking it too far. Too far.
From it. The young boy appears to be horsing around with the boob ball while Andrew crawls around on a rug, across from him in several of the snaps. A later pic shows them sitting together on a couch. So I repeat, this is going to get worse. And silence from the king is simply not tenable.
He's already spoken. What more does he need to say, Dan Wooden? The king has already came out and said what he was going to have to say, and he said he wasn't going to speak on it anymore. They arrested his brother. He allowed that to happen. He's allowing them to do whatever it takes to bring him to justice. How is King Charles standing in the way of them prosecuting his brother? No, Aaron, it wasn't a toy from Hooters. It wasn't an adult toy. It was like a pacifier for the baby. And I kind of figured it was, but everybody like Dan was running with, oh, it's a boob. It's a boob. It's not a boob. It is a boob, but it's a pacifier boob.
The parallels to 1997 are, in my opinion, now impossible to ignore. So I ask again, where is our king?
Ooh.
We may have seen him yesterday, briefly looking gravely ill at a London Fashion Week event, but he didn't speak to us. And after the catastrophe of his handling of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's Jeffrey Epstein scandal, that, I am afraid, is the least we deserve. The 104-word statement released by Buckingham Palace and said to be personally authored by Charles, I'm sorry, wasn't good enough. We need more specifics. The disgraced Duke must be removed from the line of succession via an act of Parliament. Now, I'm not stupid. I understand this is unprecedented, and I understand that many of you will say I'm being a hypocrite as a believer in the hereditary monarchy.
You're not being a hypocrite, but I think that you're being overly dramatic and jumping the gun and thinking that King Charles owes you anything.
Anyways, it goes against everything I would usually think is right. But in unprecedented times, unprecedented decisions are sometimes called for. That is how tradition is updated. And I'm afraid after the 15-year cover-up of Andrew's alleged crimes by the British deep state, dramatic and drastic action has now been necessitated.
What the hell does he want his brother to do? Hang him by his legs, upside down, butt naked? Hello, Lisa.
Because at the moment, the situation that we have is allowing the Republicans and allowing the radical left to win. And that's what takes me back to that week in 1997. I will never forget it. I'm sure many of you, if you're older than me, will never forget it either. After the death of Princess Diana, the late Queen Elizabeth II, who completely understandably from a family perspective made looking after the grieving princes William and Harry at Balmoral her priority, failed to understand the real simmering anger of her subjects for just a couple of days.
I think Donald Trump is a racist. I think he's not good for our country. I think he's a menace to society. I think he's a narcissistic person. I think that he handles crisis in a way that is beneficial to him. I definitely don't like the way he handled the ICE situation with those 2 people being killed. I don't like how he's taken away some of our benefits, such as SNAP, Meals on Wheels and stuff like that. I don't believe in the tariffs that he's got going on. I think he's not a good president. I think he's immature and I'm embarrassed by him. Australians will support Andrew being removed from the line of succession. See, and there's nothing wrong with that. He does need to be removed. I'm surprised he's still on there. Do you believe he's also guilty of the same things, Andrew? And I do. I do believe that with the pictures showing our president with Epstein and those girls lets me further know that he had something to do with that. Yes, Ellie.
But the Queen soon realized what was required. And it was this front page by my former newspaper, The Sun, which was speaking its mind, that helped her change course. That now iconic headline, "Where is our Queen? Where is her flag?" Well, within the course of 48 hours, she was back at Buckingham Palace and she addressed her subjects.
So what I say to you now, as your queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her 2 boys.
The king needs to learn from his mother, which is why today I'm speaking my mind. I am demanding that we must hear from our king, and he must demand action. Surely you don't want constant scenes like this, Your Majesty, which ongoing silence creates.
Good afternoon, Your Majesty.
Loving your reaction to the arrest of your brother, sir.
Your Majesty, how are you feeling after your brother's arrest? Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how are you feeling after your brother's arrest? Have you spoken to your brother, Your Majesty?
Are you concerned about Andrew's arrest, Your Majesty?
What is she supposed to
The
say?
only royal we have seen today is the great Princess Anne, but I want to show you what she faced when visiting a crisp factory in Yorkshire.
Afternoon, Your Royal Highness. How do you feel about your brother's arrest?
So, of course, I agree with the king that the law must take its course. But Andrew has been charged with no crime at this stage. The wheels of justice in the disunited kingdom can take years to turn, if at all. And you don't have that time, sir. Especially given your state visit to the USA is coming up, where Trump has, in fairness to him, long been public about Andrew's connection to Epstein.
You raised the question of Jeffrey Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it.
Over a decade ago. This was Trump's take on Air Force One after the arrest news.
It was not a good one, Peter. What do you think?
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad.
Did you see him exonerate himself? Did you hear Donald Trump exonerate himself? I've been fully exonerated. No, you haven't. You're in the files. Stop the BS. Replace Bundy, and Charles is not trying to cover up his brother's situation. Ellie, if that was the case, wouldn't he have tried to stop the police officers from arresting his brother? Wouldn't he kind of stand in the way? Bundy is literally standing in the way. She's hiding documents. You cannot compare the two. I'm sorry. It doesn't equate. Because I don't see Charles doing the same thing Bundy is doing behind closed doors, talking about he didn't do it. He's not in denial. King Charles is not in denial. Bundy is. He understands his brother's in trouble. He understands the situation at hand. He is not oblivious to what his brother is going through and what he is about to go through and the trouble that his brother's in for his actions. I don't see him covering it up. Covering it up is allowing him to keep his titles, allowing him to stay a senior royal, allowing him to stay in line of succession. So, no, I don't think he's trying to protect his brother. I don't think he's trying to stand in the way and say, no, don't touch him. But he's making an example. Why would he strip him of his titles? That was a big, big deal. Why would he strip him as being a senior royal? And maybe it is because of the situation as far as, the pressure was on him to do something. But the fact of the matter is that he did do something about it. He didn't sit and twiddle his thumbs and pretend like his brother is innocent. He allowed him until October knowing everything. Allowed him to do what? What was he allowed to do? Live and breathe? What was his brother supposed to do? Turn him in? Yeah, that's what I'm not understanding, because Bundy is evading justice. King Charles is not doing that. He is not evading justice. He is allowing justice to take its course. And he said it in a statement. And he also let the people know that now that he has been arrested, the authorities can investigate properly and find out what was going on with Andrew during those times. I really feel like putting that on King Charles is unfair. Well, Bundy's trying to protect Donald Trump. You used her as an example. She didn't even look at the victims. Bundy didn't even look at the victims when she was at the courthouse. She pretended like they didn't even exist. That is not what King Charles is doing. You can't compare her actions to King Charles. He was removed of trade envoy in 2011. He has been dealt with in the past. The intent of the damage he did, my own, be known now. She needs to protect power. No, she needs to protect the people that are the victims. Now, if King Charles was on there talking about my brother's innocent and I'm going to prove that he's innocent, then I would be concerned. But I'm not concerned with someone that is abiding by the rules of law and allowing the law to take its course. I think he's handling it very well. And for Dan Wooden and the other ones to expect anything more is mind-boggling. Yeah, that's my thoughty do.
And to me, it's a very sad thing. When I see
been exonerated, that's a bunch of BS. Donald Trump, you can't exonerate yourself. I've been exonerated, so whatever comes out, it doesn't matter. So if we see you doing something nefarious in these files, pretend like we don't see them because you've been exonerated. He took pictures with those girls too. But we're not questioning, does he know her, Virginia? Interesting.
Always good to talk to our mate, Mark Dolan, who is in the United Kingdom for us. You can find his own YouTube page, find him on Talk TV. And yes, in the middle of the night, I will be watching him, taking calls and talking about lots of live events as they happen. He joins us now. Great man, lovely to see you. Of course, yeah, former Prince Andrew, we're still back there. Where are we a couple of days on? Because still no charge, really important for people to know, still no charge. And obviously everything to this point has turned around and said that, no innocence, no guilt, nothing to see here. But where are we a couple of days on? And is there an expectation that police are ramping things up, or they're starting to go a bit cold again?
Well, the problem you've got is that this is a car crash in slow motion, Paul. There is an ongoing police investigation, well reported, of course, on your channel, that he was arrested early morning on the Sandringham estate, taken into a cell, accommodated at His Majesty's pleasure, asked about a possible set of circumstances in which he he was responsible for misconduct in public office. This could take years. So the problem you've got is the headlines aren't going to go away. The scandal isn't going to go away. And in terms of any new developments, well, a fresh headache for the king, Paul, because there are now questions being asked about how much he knew. It's very important if the king is going to...
I don't know if King Charles thought that his brother committed a crime or not. I don't believe that he knew or what was going on. What would King Charles do? Here's my brother. I think he committed a crime. I'm not sure, but maybe. And they're not even getting him on the charge of essaying. They're not even getting him on that charge. I don't know if I cried, Ellie, but I think I found out I disliked him when he started separating those kids at the border from their parents. That's when I knew there was something sick and disgusting about Donald Trump. When he was separating babies that were getting breast milk from their mom, separating them, trying to deter them from coming into the country. That was supposed to be a deterrent. Come to find out, 500 to 200, may even till this day, still people looking for their kids when they were separated. I don't know what I would be turning him in for. Essay or giving information to Epstein about trading. I don't think King Charles knew. So if I put myself in his situation, no, I wouldn't have turned my brother in. No, because I don't know that he committed a crime. But now I know he's this PDF file. He made some trade decisions that he should have been making. And now the law is going to run its course. And King Charles is going to continue to rule. That's what I think. I really feel strongly about this. I really do, because trying to put him in, it's almost like you're trying to crucify him for being his brother. We do not know for 100% fact what King Charles knew and what he didn't know. But to assume and to go by an email and say, oh yeah, he knew, is not enough for me. It just isn't. I think they are so ready to condemn King Charles for anything that this is how far they're taking it. Yeah, they want him to step down, and they don't even know why they want him to step down. I think some of them want to see William be king. He will in due season. It is not his season. And if I was King Charles, I would be doing exactly, I think what he's doing and how he's handling it is very professional. I do.
To survive and preserve the monarchy, which is the number one job of any king or...
Exactly. Preserving the monarchy, making sure we didn't destroy it with Andrew. I don't believe King Charles knew about what his brother was doing over there with, if he even knew if he was over there hanging with him. I believe that they have been getting trickled down information just like we have, because Andrew is lying. While he was a trade envoy, he has to comply with laws. It now turns out he broke numerous laws. If the government agency don't know he broke the laws, Andrew used to be traveling with private protection. Well, how are we supposed to know what the hell he's doing unless they investigate it? Pickles. There has been talk of murder. It's too soon for judgment. Allow the legal system to work with evidence. So, Pickles, exactly. I've heard that too. So was King Charles supposed to know that as well? It's just, it just blows my mind. I do like Charles, but I don't like him enough to cover up a crime. If he was guilty of something, I would accuse him as much. I like Andrew too. I liked Andrew till I found out that he's a PDF file and he's a scum. Let me say that again. I used to like Andrew. I had no reason why to think Andrew was this bad person. Shoot, I like Fergie. Fergie a do. But when I found out about this situation with Andrew, I no longer think of him as this prince. He's a thug. He's horrible. He did some rotten, nasty, disgusting things. And I'm sure King Charles thinks he has too. I don't think he's running around patting his brother on the back and saying, "Job well done, brother." I'm sure he's upset, trying to comprehend what is going on and figuring it out just like everybody else. But if King Charles had done what Andrew has done, I would not be supporting King Charles. That would be stupid. But I'm not going to blame him for the sins of his brother. I'm just not going to do it. I think it's unfair and wrong to do so. I really do. Now, I haven't ignored any witnesses and evidence that is telling me that King Charles knew. There is not a definitive person that can come on here and say, "I knew he knew this." Only Lawrence is saying that, and I don't trust him all the way. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Ooh, Pickle says, "Are you talking about the same legal system who has covered all of this up?" Ooh. Then you should be asking questions instead of defending him. I don't have any questions to ask. I'm not looking at the fact that, oh my God, King Charles has done the same thing his brother has done. Then we can say, uh-oh, shame on him. But I don't know about you, Ellie, but I don't want to be charged for what my sisters do and other people do. And then because I'm associated with that person, you can say all these things I knew. You don't know if he knew or not. And when did he know? I'm sure he started getting a clue around 2011. Let the legal system work things out. There's a lot to talk. I was a big fan of Fergie. Yeah. I used to be a big fan of Fergie till I realized she's giving up her kids to this PDF file. When people reported they were told to TFU and threatened. Oh boy. People have been calling out Andrew and Fergie for years, and no one believed them. See, and I've always thought that they were cool people. The Duchess of York. The Duke and Duchess of York. Oh, hello, Maureen. Hello, Aduze. Maureen says hello, Aduze. Okay, let's see what people are saying.
Queen. Well, he's going to have to demonstrate that he knew nothing about what his brother was up to. But unfortunately, the Mail on Sunday have had an exclusive in which they've revealed that the monarch was warned, Paul, as long ago as 2019, that the royal family's name was being used and abused by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's business associations. You've also got the small matter of that check for approximately $20 million,
5 years ago,
potentially paid for by the Queen, to avoid a court trial with Virginia Guthrie, Andrew's sex accuser. So the big problem now is where the boss stands on this one. And Charles is going to have to absolutely demonstrate that he was ignorant of everything that Andrew was up to. And how can that be credible?
Well, and also the conversations in and around the investigation that are starting to say, well, obviously, potentially, every security person around him, every private secretary, potentially a whole bunch of sort of email trove that goes up and into the institution, of which you would imagine as a public institution, even if they want to get into the world of deleting, I wouldn't imagine it's something they're able to do. But also Gordon Brown, and I want to bring this to people's attention in Australia, that I know this was something that sort of came and went over the weekend, but he was right in the heart of Tony Blair's government, and of course took over after Tony Blair during the time when all of this was alleged to be going on. He certainly was the trade envoy, that being Prince Andrew, all the way up till 2010 here.
2011.
2011. He's starting to say there could be some potential national security things which may well have gone across his desk and potentially ended up with the old CC or the BCC off to somebody else. That is extraordinary. To literally have the person who, technically on some levels is acting as the superior in that role, trying to point in that direction, surely somebody even like Gordon Brown doesn't make stuff up like that in public.
Most definitely. There's also an allegation that RAF jets were used to fly Jeffrey Epstein into the United Kingdom. That's not been stood up yet, but it's an allegation facing Andrew, and therefore is another problem for the royal family, for the monarchy. All
characteristics. Pre-offense behavior.
Why?
Always good to talk to our mate.
For the monarchy. Was they supposed to know everything that was going on with Andrew? Is that what you guys are saying? Like, every time they say something that Andrew does, it's their fault too. It's the monarchy's fault. That's interesting to me. Aaron, I saw that he got arrested. I think he knew it was coming, that he was about to be arrested. Manderson. So, have they released him yet? Hello, Polo. That's what it sounds like, Maureen. Andrew turned the palace into a monster's den. Like, ain't no telling what he was doing, and ain't no telling what they don't know what was going on with Andrew. Does it sound like he's a sickadoo? If you want to run a country, you best know what's happening in your own house. That I agree with you 100% right there, Ellie. I do agree with that. If you're running the country, you should know what is going on and don't be oblivious. That is a good point. Lily says, I personally believe they're all into the same behaviors for centuries. Ooh, like this isn't something new. Okay, so they did release him.
Mark Dolan, who is in the United Kingdom for us. You can find his own YouTube page, find him on Talk TV. And yes, in the middle of the night, I will be watching him. Of course, yeah, former Prince Andrew, we're still back there. Where are we a couple of days on? Because still no charge, really important for people to know, still no charge. And obviously everything to this point has turned around, ramping things up, or they're starting to go a bit cold again?
Well, the problem you've got is that this is a car crash in slow motion. Majesty's pleasure, asked about a possible set of circumstances in which it's very important, if the king is going to survive and preserve the monarchy, which is the number one job of any king or queen, well, he's going to have to demonstrate that he knew nothing about what his brother was up to. But unfortunately, the Mail on Sunday have had an exclusive in which they've revealed that the monarch was warned, Paul, as long ago as 2019, that the royal family's name was being used and abused by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's business associations. You've also got the small matter of that check for approximately $20 million, potentially paid for by the Queen, to avoid a court trial with Virginia Guthrie, Andrew's sex accuser. So the big problem now is where the boss stands on this one. And Charles is going to have to absolutely demonstrate that he was ignorant of everything that Andrew is up to. And how can that be credible?
Well, and also the conversations in and around the investigation that are starting to say, well, obviously, potentially, every security person around him, every private secretary, potentially a whole bunch of sort of email trove that goes up and into the institution, of which you would imagine as a public institution, even if they want to get into the world of deleting, I wouldn't imagine it's something they're able to do. He certainly was the trade envoy, that being Prince Andrew, all the way up until 2010 here.
2011.
2011. He's starting to say there could be some potential national security trying to point in that direction. Surely somebody even like Gordon Brown doesn't make stuff up like that in public.
The king, the queen has always been untouchable, but it's a different world. And it's very existential for the king, I think, at some point. This is going to be death by 1,000 cuts. As I've said, the allegations are going to keep on coming. We've got 3 million files related to this latest cache of Epstein documents.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Like, they're trying to put this on King Charles because he is the ruler of the king, and he did not know that this was going on in his house, which he should have known. I do agree with that. He should have known what was going on. But, okay, I'm dropping the link. But how was he supposed to know all of this stuff was going on with Andrew? Like, there's no way. And let's just say he knew, let's say for argument's sake, he knew a little. What the hell was he supposed to do? Hello, Demon Dictator.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you? Just sitting down. getting comfy.
See, some people do. A lot of people believe that he knew. But every time they come up with something new, they look over there at King Charles like, did you know this? Did you know this? Did you know this? Like, how?
One of the biggest things that to me, one of the biggest things that people have missed here before they want to blame King Charles is he was in. Now they just touched on it here on this interview, and I was literally about to say it, and they said it on this interview. If he held a government office, and there would have been a lot more senior people, and he was doing these trade secrets and X, Y, and Z, there would have been a lot bigger people and more important people in front of King Charles who would have seen this first. And therefore, they could have had the power to stop Andrew way before. The king, at this point, in my personal opinion, is the last person in a long line of list of people that could have stopped him. Now, Gordon Brown just said that he was, he was then Prime Chancellor of the Exchequer, and then he became the Prime Minister, and he had it on his desk that there was issues with Andrew as the trade envoy. Did he stop it? No. He's far more powerful than King Charles. Did he stop it? No. Prince Andrew had royal protection officers with him. When he went to Epstein's house, did they report anything and stop him? No. Now, I know that there have been a number of reports that people got threatened. You know, the royal protection officers got threatened in X, Y, and Z. But you're telling me the Prime Minister of England couldn't have stepped in to stop Prince Andrew?
Right.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Right. I agree with you.
Yeah. So there were a lot more powerful people in front of Charles who knew what was going on and had the power. Knew and had the power to stop him. King Charles was probably on King Charles. He was only the Prince of Wales at the time. It would have been the Queen. The Queen would have known the Queen and Prince Philip would have known more about Andrew than Charles did. So he's just, you know, I'm not defending Charles. If he knew, then he should be held accountable. But at the time, there were a lot more bigger people in front of Charles who had the power to stop Andrew, and they didn't. Yes. And it would have been the Queen who was in charge in those years, and not Charles. So she would have known more as well. So
I feel like as a sibling, I'm finding out there was a big secret going around in the family, and this was the secret. Now it's all coming out.
Yeah.
And I'm finding out all of this is going on. Like, I knew before the regular public knew, but that's when we began to take action and realize, we got a problem on our hand. What do we need to do? We need to remove him from these offices and these places. And I believe they made those decisions because of these reasons. They didn't leave him out there to work with people. They took action when they knew.
Yeah.
I believe.
You know, if you look at all the people that are now involved, Andrew, Mandelson, there's probably going to be a lot more. All of these people knew, but they signed the Official Secrets Act. They read the rules and regulations around their job and the Official Secrets Act and all this. They chose to break the law. And a lot of people probably in very, very high places knew about it who could have stepped in and stopped this way before. But all of the blame is going on poor King Charles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because he is the ruler, because they are looking to him and trying to figure out, what do we do now? You know, or, you know, they are looking at him because the monarchy is being tested because they have this bad apple.
Yeah, I mean, the Queen was in charge for many. The Queen was in charge for many. King Charles only took over a few years ago. It's like if you're a manager at a company and you're suddenly taking over the roles of somebody else, you suddenly find out there's a lot of stuff that's been going on that you didn't realize. A lot of investigations, HR, you're a CEO, you become the new CEO of a company, you find out a lot of stuff. And sometimes it's you the one that's got to come in and sort it all out. But at this point, blaming Charles for the whole thing is not fair.
Yeah, it's not fair. It really isn't. It really isn't fair. Hold on, guys.
So it's going to be a painful and slow process, and the king is going to have to act. Lots of people, Paul, are saying that
every time Andrew does something, or we hear something new that Andrew's done, they're looking at the monarchy like, you knew about this too. You knew about this too.
Yeah, you must have known that as well. You must have known about all this. And poor Charles was like, Jesus God, I only took over the kingdom in a couple of years ago. I didn't know all this.
I did. Exactly.
No, it's not, Ellie. It's not irrelevant. Listen, I can't debate on the Queen because she's dead, and so it's irrelevant at this point. No, it's not irrelevant at this point. She was in charge of the monarchy and in charge of her son, and she would have known everything by far more than Charles. So it is relevant because she was the lady in charge at the time. Charles has only been in charge a number of years. So
yeah, you see, yeah,
it is relevant. Whoever was in charge, the same as any company or the same as any manager, if they are in charge at the time, they are culpable. They are the ones.
They're the rulers.
They are the what? Well, he's not ruling. He doesn't actually rule anything. But
he just became king a couple of years
then he just
ago.
became king. But the Queen was in charge then, and she was in charge for many throughout all of this stuff of Andrew's bad behaviour. The Queen was in charge. So it is relevant. It's like any manager of a team or a department or CEO or CFO or whoever is in charge of a company. When those crimes are committed, it is the people who are in charge are held responsible, not the new people that come in and take over. They're not held responsible for it. So,
right. Yeah, that is a good point because I'm coming into something that's already been established, and now I'm taking over, and all of this is going on in my reign. How do I handle this? I think he's handling it like a champ. I really, really do.
But again, if the investigation finds out that he did know, then he should be held responsible. No, nobody's saying that he shouldn't be held responsible. He's not. He should be held responsible if he knew.
Right.
But we haven't got there yet, and let us just wait until all the evidence is put together. But like I said, there is a lot more bigger people and far more important people in front of the king who should have stepped in to stop this. It is some of them, it's their job. It is, like I said, the Official Secrets Act, the government whistleblowers and all this sort of stuff. You've even got the former Prime Minister who says he knew about it. So Jesus, the Prime Minister outranks the king any day. So why did he not do it? So let's not be so quick to point the finger at King Charles right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I may not be that popular taking up for King Charles, but it's a no-brainer because I just think that if I was in that situation, how would I handle it and where would I be in the situation? And you brought up a very good point. He's just becoming king. He wasn't privileged to all this information. And so I think he's handling it the way he should handle it. He should have everything.
As head of the monarchy, that he's done the right thing by stripping him immediately. And right there you go. And he's literally handed him over to the police. He's taken his IPP status.
Exactly.
Going to be prosecuted. There, he's gone to the police. You can have him. He can't say anything. No, Dan Wootton, he's got to say something. He's got to say something. Jesus Christ, the man can't say anything because it's a bloody investigation. Why can't Dan Wootton get that into his thick skull? Sorry.
Yeah, he is so on something else.
He's bloody lapping it up right now, Dan Wootton.
Yeah.
But like I said, the most important
but
part
he
of
told
this,
him something personally.
yeah, but the most important point in all of this is there was a lot more people involved and way bigger people who should have taken a lot more responsibility than this, way ahead of Charles. You know what I mean? There's potentially a prime minister involved. There is many government officials, police who witnessed and knew far more than Charles probably did, who should have stepped in and should have taken responsibility. There was probably once the investigation is finished, yes, it may take years, but they will probably sit there and go, oh, there's massive failures on many points to have stopped this, to have stopped all this. For sure, we can see that right now. There has been many years and many points as trade envoy or the police or the government and maybe a prime minister who could have stepped in and stopped this way before. Let's try and focus on that point, because that is far more. The failures of the government must be looked into and addressed greater than the failures of the king, I believe.
Right, and just want to add this too, Ellie, not condemning him before he had due process.
I'm not defending anybody. I'm just putting my opinions across that there were far more bigger people in front of Charles who could have stopped this before, who sat and watched him, prime ministers, maybe police, maybe military figures who sat and watched all this and who could have stepped in and stopped it first, way before the King Charles. And like I said, King Charles was not in charge at the time. It was also the Queen. So King Charles was probably potentially the lowest rung of the ladder at this point to know what Andrew was doing.
Hi, Daisy. Hello to in the news. And interesting.
There you go. There's my rant for the day.
I like it. It makes sense. I think that it's not popular. Charles is not popular right now.
No, he's
at
not.
All.
He never was a popular king.
Yeah.
He's not been a popular
that makes
king.
it even worse. That makes it worse.
He's an easy target. He's an easy target for people because he's not popular anyway.
Well, I thought he was doing a good job, honestly. Looking in from the outside, just continuing to do his duties and to be, I feel like he's softened a little bit. Like he's not this hardcore king.
No. The Queen was a very strong-willed woman, but Prince Charles is quite a weak-willed man.
And see, some people call it weak. I call it...
No, Ellie, we're not defending him at all. No, we're not.
No, yeah. It may seem that way, but I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, Ellie, that he didn't know. But if it comes about that he knew, and what did he know, then I'm going to look at him a little different. But I do see where he has already made steps. When his first step of stripping him and taking his titles, removing him from duty, to me, was the first step of them knowing, like, wait a minute, we can't have this. Let's remove him from office. Let's do this. Let's strip him of his titles. So I just don't know what more the king could have done to satisfy everyone.
No, he can't. And don't forget, the king is not the law. He can't go and arrest his brother himself and go, oh, I heard this on the grapevine, I'm going to come and arrest you myself. The police and the government officials are the ones who have to step in and do the investigations and get all the information and find out whether he's broken the law or not. The king can't be the one to make that decision. And it looks like, if you're looking at some of this, the evidence, that the failure to act by the government, who knew of certain things at the time, that appears to be the biggest problem here. He had police protection officers with him when he went to certain places. They should have acted at the time. When he was trade envoy and these rumours and gossip, and he was using RAF jets for the man on the island, somebody should have stepped in and acted then. Ultimately, it is the what appears to be catastrophic failures on the government and the police to act earlier on, a lot quicker than this. King Charles can't take all this on board himself. He's not the police. He can't. He's the king, but he doesn't have the power that people think he has.
You stated earlier that you liked Andy and Fergie until more evidence was revealed. Now you know you were wrong. Can you see you can also be wrong about Charles? Yes, I could be. I don't think I'm wrong about this. And just because I liked Andy and Fergie doesn't mean I should have hated them from the beginning. No, I just liked them because I saw something different that others didn't see. Even me and Jimmy Dictator would have conversations about Fergie, because I would be like, poor Fergie, they didn't even invite her to the coronation, stuff like that. And they'd be like, she is not a part of this. And so now that I see the emails from her and how she used her kids to almost pimp, it was weird. It was not good. Not a good look for Fergie did. Okay?
Yeah, but
I don't
Ellie, the problem is Letitia hasn't seen anything to contradict, to sway her opinions yet. Once she sees the evidence against King Charles, she can change her mind. But at the moment, she hasn't got anything concrete against Charles right now. That's the thing.
I don't see him stepping down and listening to these people talking about abdicate. Like, let it go already. Who the hell are you to tell the king to step down? He hasn't done anything nefarious. I just think it's weird that they are even talking about that. Yeah, hold on, guys.
He should do a video address to the nation.
Video address.
Explaining that he's very concerned about these allegations. We've had a statement.
He did say he was concerned. What do you want him to do? It's weird. These are some weird...
But does he need to eyeball the public?
See, that's why I wouldn't be listening to these people like Mark and Dan Wooden and, telling me what to do after I've already done what I needed to do as king. Now I need to continue to do my duty.
Yeah.
Andrew is in trouble, period. And I'm not standing in that way of the police office. This is me, Charles. I am not standing in the way of that situation. I mean, there's nothing else I can do as a king. What do you want me to do? Crucify him? What else more do you need me to say other than, the authorities have taken over?
Exactly. What can he say? He can't say anything. It was a legal investigation. Now it's a criminal investigation, which appears to be blooming serious, and potentially life in jail for his brother. He can't say anything. Why can't people get that into their heads?
Right.
But Ellie, what questions do you want me to ask? There's a criminal investigation going on. All the evidence, and one day the evidence will come out, and then I'll look at the evidence for myself and make my decision, and then I'll ask more questions once I get the evidence. At the moment in time, I haven't got the evidence in front of me to ask those questions.
There's really nothing he needs to manage, Maureen. He just needs to focus on what he needs to focus on and continue to rule and do what he was set out to do. Everything else will fall in place. You know, like, he can't stress over it. He can't sit in a room and be like, oh, my brother's in trouble, my brother's in trouble. I'm sure he's already been through that.
Maureen, I'm kind of in agreement with you. I just wish that, for him to step down for health reasons.
You do? I kind of want him to rule.
He doesn't really rule. He doesn't really rule anything.
Right. I kind of want him to do.
I just think, like, I mean, I know the Queen ruled until her death, but I think he should just step down. I think there's too much. There's too much discord around Charles, that he can't do right for doing wrong right now, and there's too much discord, and the stress is not going to be good for him. I think just let William take over, because the poor man, he can't do right for doing. He can't do right for wrong right now. Yeah, he can't. He can't do right for doing wrong. Just take that stress away from him right now, and put it on to
I think
William.
he should continue. I really do. I think he should continue to stay in his post, and I think he will, which I like that about him. And his mother did it, so he's gonna do it. I think it would be the wrong move.
Yeah, it's up to you. Yeah, Ellie, do I trust the police? I trust the police right now because they arrested him. So I trust the police, but I don't know why. Because if yes, why didn't the police question Andy when it first came out about Poor Virginia? I don't know, Ellie. I don't know why they didn't do all these things. They should have, but they didn't, and I don't know why.
Right.
I can't answer your question.
They arrest him because of the essay. They're arresting him for some trade stuff.
Yeah, and maybe in time they will arrest him for that too. But I don't know. I don't know why they didn't investigate him in Virginia. I don't know. I can't answer your questions. I wish they did. I wish he'd got arrested for whatever happened to Virginia, because crikey, £12 million is a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
To give someone who you've never met, somebody that you never met.
But was Charles gonna be the one to arrest my brother? He did it. I know he did it. No, Andrew's sitting there lying.
If Andrew was my brother, would you have turned him in? If I had known how serious, if he was doing terrible things to little kiddies and things like that, I would go and kill my brother myself. I wouldn't even turn him into the police. I would go and kill him myself. But you're implying that I would know. I don't know what my brother does. I have a brother, and I don't know what he does all day, day in, day out. But if he done something that terrible, you're flipping right. I would do it, no question. But you're implying. But I would have had to know first. You don't know that Charles knew how bad it was. Like I said, there's a lot more important government officials and prime ministers and a police and all that in front of Charles who should have stepped in and stopped this way before, but they didn't do it either.
Take action. You did. You stripped him of his titles. You removed him from office. You made some moves to show that, wait a minute, something is going on, and we need to step in as not just the monarchy, but as a family to remove him.
Ellie, I don't know. Ellie, we're going around in circles, love, and I respect you and I appreciate you, but we are going around in circles.
Yeah, I
don't have the evidence in front of me to decide if Andrew is guilty or not guilty. I am not the police. I am not legally trained. I don't have the evidence. I don't have the evidence in front of me if Charles knew or didn't know, or what he knew. I don't have that either. I'm stuck like everybody else. I'm just waiting for the results of the investigation. But I think we're just kind of going a little bit round in circles right now.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Sunday Morning. We're 40 minutes past the hour, and new this morning, a senior member of UK Parliament is calling for a treason investigation into Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. This comes as police are reportedly conducting interviews with the former prince's royal protection officers. UK police are back at the Royal Lodge today. Of course, the former residence of the disgraced royal. This marks the fourth day in a row investigators are on site since his arrest. Andrew moved out of the lodge earlier this month. He is now residing at a farm estate northeast of London. At this point, and this is important to mention, no charges have been filed. He is being investigated for misconduct in public office over confidential financial trade reports. Now, this fallout from the arrest of former Prince Andrew keeps growing. Now, members of the public are looking towards the palace, wondering who knew, what, when, if the royal family will even survive the scandal. Ooh. Meanwhile, inside the palace walls, well, the royals feeling the mounting pressure, and they're trying to strategize a path forward. Here with us now is News Nation's entertainment expert Paula Froelich and Rob Shooter, a former publicist for a member of the royal family, and of course, host of the Naughty But Nice podcast. Welcome. Good morning to both of you.
Good to see you.
Paula, I will start with the king. Look, it hasn't been an easy time for him. He's battling cancer. He's not talking to his son, Harry. Now, all this with his brother's arrest. Many are wondering if he will abdicate the throne.
Well, here's the deal. He does not want to, but there are growing calls for him to do, especially there's a new report out today that he received whistleblower emails saying, here's proof that Andrew is trading on the family name. Here's proof that he's bringing people into his business with as a trade envoy. And it's getting harder and harder. And at this point, a lot of people are saying the only way to draw a line underneath this entire disgusting operation is for William and Kate to step up.
And the king waited so long to take this title. Rob, let's talk about Sarah Ferguson, of course, Andrew's ex-wife. We don't know where she is. We don't know her whereabouts. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I hear she's in the Middle East. We don't know exactly where she is. There's a new report out that she was having a spa treatment in Europe. And so we haven't seen her. Now, Sarah, friends of hers tell me this is what she does. When trouble happens, she disappears. And so I'm sure she's in a really dark place. I'm sure she's trying to figure out what to happen next. And I'm sure she's really frightened. My insiders are telling me that there is some sort of cooperation deal going on, that they've got Andrew. They want Andrew. That's the top of the fish here, the head of the fish. There's only one person bigger than Andrew in Britain, and that's the king. And they're not at the moment after him. So I think Sarah's probably talking to the authorities, but she's doing it from outside Britain. She's not in the UK.
You mentioned the wellness spa. Paula, do you know anything about this clinic?
Oh my gosh, yes. The Paralysis Clinic, one of the most expensive mental health wellness spas in the world. It is crazy. It costs about $17,000 a day.
A day?
A day. And she spent the entire month of January there. And
$17,000 a day?
Where's she? She's sitting there crying that she's got no money. She's got, I'm broke, I've got no money. Everyone feels sorry for me.
I thought she was
She's in there going on about her.
Uh-oh. My computer gets hot. Oh, tune the news. He's been on a lot of channels this week. Yeah, no one's talking about Megan.
Rob Shooter, yeah, he's on them all right now.
Yeah, yes. He's in some trouble. Fergie would sell her granny for it.
Fiver. That's £5.
Oh.
£5. Ellie, we're kind of going around in
a lot of
circles.
people are saying, how did she pay?
Yeah, we are. It's the same thing.
We're just going around in circles, Ellie.
That's what I'm saying. That's when I believe they started to believe and know that he was doing something nefarious. They started making those moves because of that reason.
I said this on Sunday.
We did.
The investigation's been going on for a lot longer than what we realised. And as soon as they realised that there was issues, they took away his titles and his IPP status. The IPP status renders members of the royal family not liable for prosecution. So they took that all away. The investigation's been going on for a lot longer than what you realise.
Yes.
And at that point, they realised that there was a lot of stuff there, and they took his titles and took everything away from him, so he can now be prosecuted as a member of the British public and not a member of the royal family. They knew a long time in advance.
Yes, I do believe that. Yes, exactly.
Pay for it. Well, I'm hearing it was another freebie. So last year, she does love her freebies, God bless her, and she claims she's broke, and of course she can't afford around $350,000 right now. However, she did do a huge promotion with the spa last year, where she went to the Telegraph newspaper and said how it had saved her life, how it was so amazing. There was a big fashion shoot about it, and yeah, I think this is kind of payback.
Typically cameras aren't allowed in these spas. So
No. It was after she left, and they did an at-home with Sarah Ferguson. Who said her life was changed and saved by dealing with her traumas at this insanely expensive Swiss.
I mean, there is a lot of trauma. Rob, you're a former publicist for the royal family. What do you think is happening behind the scenes?
Oh, I'm sure it's absolute all hands on deck. I'm sure there's emergency meetings. This family has survived a lot. Now, what's going on right now is a lot. Let's not underestimate it. But I'm sure they're figuring out what's next. When Paula spoke at the top of the show about the king abdicating, what I'm told is the way that this will happen is nothing will happen now. They don't want more uncertainty. They don't want more crisis. But I will predict within the next 6 months to a year, the king might withdraw. He might have some health issues, and William is now going to be pushed to the front. So I don't think it's going to happen immediately, but I do think this could happen in the next 6 months.
I agree, actually. I think that it's going to be more of a co-monarchy, kind of like what he had with his mother. They don't want to just kind of chop him off at the knees, if you will.
Back here in the U.S., you report a lot about Harry and Meghan. We know they're feuding with the royal family. Do you think this might help them get back in the good graces with all this attention going into? And I see both of you shaking your head.
No. In fact, I think this is the...
No. Why?
This sealed their fate. I think, if anything, the Yorks have shown the family that you cannot just have rando royals running willy-nilly around the world.
Right.
And I do think that the titles will be taken away from Harry, Meghan, their children. But meanwhile, Harry and Meghan are just breathing a sigh of relief. Like,
no one's talking about them right now.
Exactly. Like, on their day...
Nobody's talking about them right now. Did you hear that? Nobody's talking about them right now.
That's what I've been saying that for a couple of weeks. They're irrelevant right now. Let them deal with
their brain. They need us to talk about them because that's all they have. Like, that's really it. Demon dictator. That's all she has.
Yeah, she's trying to plug her jam and her drinks like crazy on Instagram, but just no one's interested right now.
Yeah, the nerve of you to be posting during this is very inconsiderate.
Yeah.
So inconsiderate. Even if you don't like him or care or whatever, you know that King Charles is going through something. So why are you posting your JAMA scam?
She's still got a business. She's still got all that stock left to sell, so she's still got a business. So you can't knock her for trying to make a living. Trying to make a living and trying to sell us scam jam, but no one cares. Nobody's interested. No matter how many times she can post happy birthday, Andrew, on his and put some scam jammers. No one's going to buy it. No one's going to buy it.
News. You're becoming yesterday's news.
Yeah. And then
Yesterday's
one day when they come after their titles, they'll be front page news again. And then when she gets divorced, they'll be front page news again. But just right now, no one cares. No one cares.
No one cares. No one cares. I haven't checked her Instagram in feels like a while, but I think it was just yesterday.
Ellie, you don't have to leave. No one's attacking you. You don't have to leave. But we're just asking. You don't have to leave. No one's attacking you, and nobody. It's not. But it's just we can't answer the same question over and over again. But if you want to take a break, take a break. But you're always welcome here, and don't feel like you're being attacked. You're
Ellie, do not feel that. I understand your point of view, and I think it's more of you trying to convince me of something that I'm on the fence about. And I think my biggest argument for King Charles is that his brother did that. My brother did that. And I did what I can to reprimand him. And I'm going to cooperate with the police. That's what I see. But maybe other people are seeing something different. Like you believe that he knew. Maureen believes that he knew. And also Lily. I don't know what Debbie thinks. But most of you do believe that he knew something. And I just choose to believe that he did know at some point and he took action. Did Ellie leave? She left.
Yeah, but we're all friends here, Ellie. Just, take a little bit of a break. Come back tomorrow.
Oh, I'm sorry that she needed to leave. I didn't mean to be rude, but I was just trying to.
No, it's just an emotive subject, that's all.
Yeah. I thought I answered her questions, though. Hello? Okay, see, protecting him for years. I'm sure they have. Yeah, I hate that she had to leave.
Oh, she's just let her take a break. She'll be back.
Okay.
She's probably just got upset.
That Andrew was arrested. Megan sent out an as ever email saying, it's time to cozy up with some tea.
Try to sell product.
Rob, very quickly, they're telling me to wrap, but I want to ask, what is the scandal doing across the pond when it comes to the monarchy?
People are absolutely horrified by this. This ties in to a feeling around the world at the moment that it's them versus us, and there's special rules for very wealthy people, and we'd be in jail if we did half of what he has been accused of doing. And so I think it's a real reckoning at the moment in the world about there's different rules for different people, so it shook the monarchy. This is the most dangerous moment for the monarchy since Princess Diana's death.
Interesting. All right, Rob Shooter, Paula Froelich, thank you guys. I really appreciate you coming on. Be sure to subscribe to the Scoop newsletter for the biggest stories about the royal family and other entertainment, and listen to the Naughty But Nice podcast with Rob Shooter. All right, coming up, going for the gold.
Regarding Andrew, I think he should be treated like everybody else. If this was like your next door neighbour and you found out that he'd been messing about and sexually assaulting girls, despite the fact that he denies it, he would be hung, drawn and quartered. So why shouldn't Andrew be hung, drawn and quartered? At the end of the day, he's abused his position, he's brought disrepute.
No spin, no bias, no censorship. I'm Dan Wootton. This is Outspoken episode number 432. And breaking right now, King Charles remains in hiding today as there are growing calls for the monarch to consider handing the throne to Prince William with suggestions that
Did you hear what he said? He's in hiding.
Oh, Dan Wootton. Seriously, to God. Hey,
He's
Hudson.
lost it.
Fire Royal could step down in the next 6 months, citing his
Hi,
terminal
Hudson.
cancer diagnosis.
The king might have to stand aside, and I genuinely have a way out for him, which is to say that his medical situation
That's what you said.
is the reason that he's doing that. We will all know it's for the good of the royal family, and they start with a clean slate with William and Kate. What do you make of that, pal?
Yes, I mean, a number of people have suggested that. I've suggested that myself. I think it may be the only way to clean up the stables and start afresh.
I don't think King Charles is going to survive this. I think he'll be gone within
trying to
6
come on.
months. I think.
Husband's trying to come on. She's in the chat, in the backstage.
Oh, she's in the back. Hello.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, chat. Can you
Hi.
hear me?
I think we frustrated Ellie.
I know I was coming in while that happened, and I wanted to come up. I was gonna let y'all rock, but I'm like, oh, poor Ellie. Let me go up and champion for her.
Yes. Yes. I know exactly what she means, and I get her passion.
I don't know what happened before then, but I came in when she was leaving.
Well, she believes like you believe. She believes that King Charles knew, and she's trying to tell us pretty much that we need to wait for more evidence to make a decision on if we should be defending him or not.
I agree.
I would say it's not in a defense. It's just, I would call it giving him the benefit of the doubt. But maybe it is defending. Maybe it's the same.
The only reason why I can see if it was my brother stole something from Saks or some shit like that. I'm sorry, some stuff like that. But this is some serious mess involving people's children, people's sisters, people's daughters, and it's something that I'm just going to step back from, because at the end of the day, we don't know them. For centuries, they have been lying. They think they're exalted by God, and we're not worth, the truth. And there's no way he didn't know. There's no way Andrew outsmarted everybody.
No, he didn't outsmart everybody. And this is what I said earlier on. There is a lot more people, even Andrew Brown, who was the Prime Minister, has come out and said stuff. But even he was the Prime Minister at the time. You're telling me that the Prime Minister at the time couldn't have stepped in to stop this? There was a lot more people and bigger people than King Charles who knew what he was doing, and they should have stepped in to stop this many, many years ago. So to blame it all on King Charles is unfair, because he had police protection with him, there was prime ministers, there are high levels of government, Mandelson, who he turns out to be dirty. A lot of people sat and watched Andrew do a lot of stuff, and who could have stepped in way, way before this. So if you're talking about how much King Charles knew, he may not have known that much, but a lot of people did who should be taking a lot more responsibility than King Charles at this point.
But listen to his title, King. He's king of the monarchy. Like,
but he wasn't at the time. He wasn't. He's only just become king in the last few years. At the time, it was the Queen. The Queen would have known more than King Charles did. So she didn't do anything. Yes, she didn't do anything about it. So that's what I'm saying. There's prime ministers, there's members of the public, there are police. The Queen knew way more than Charles did. So Charles is like the bottom of the pile for knowing. And he knew now when he took over, he knew the extent of what Andrew's done. And the investigation has been going on for a lot longer than what you realise. And as soon as they realised that Andrew had committed crimes, he took all his titles away, his IPP status, and Andrew is going to be prosecuted or in investigation as a member of the public and not as a member of the royal family. So that's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. And I know that he may have not known as much as the Queen at the time. And I believe he took away his title because of public pressure, because they were basically rioting outside the palace. Like people they weren't jiggy with that, as we say. And as far as back in the day, look at no one was team Prince Charles back in the day when Diana was still alive. Please, he definitely know they're from the same generation. They run in the same circles. The elite circles are very, very small. It's well known who and what Jeffrey Epstein is, and they knew that he was running around. I'm not even talking about the money. They knew he was running around with little girls.
Yeah.
Point blank. Period. They knew, and
Yeah.
they're taught to keep hush. They're not gonna. Oh, guess what? And my brother's running around with little girls. Of course, he's not gonna say that. But to say that he did not know, and he's an exalted figure, and no, they all keep quiet about everything. I'm sure there's a lot more than just what Andrew did. And the fact is, I'm not holding, like, I'm not saying like bring him in the middle of town square and behead him, but I believe that everybody just needs to be a little honest with themselves, step back from their, complete admiration for the crown and the monarchy and the family, and realize that the public is at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to them, them sitting there and displaying out their knowledge and things like that. They're taught never explain, never complain. Why would they explain? Why would they complain? Why would they say something that's going to bring down their whole monarchy?
Yeah.
And look at who knows what Charles was doing. He might have been to a couple of Jeffrey Epstein parties himself. Who knows?
Whoa.
He was all that. All that. No, I'm not saying that he was with it, but your brother or your sister takes you to a party. You're like, I don't like these people. And you think, look at all those messages when they were bugging his phone. Look at all those messages he sent to Camilla. He was a weirdo back in the day.
Yeah, he was.
And Diana, there's a reason why, and also there's a reason why Princess Diana was terrified of these people and terrified of them spying on her.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And I agree with everything you're saying, but there was a many opportunities while it was going on, and who knew? Probably hundreds of people knew what he was doing, and they didn't stop him then. So to put the whole burden on the king today for the epic failures of probably hundreds of people, including police, prime ministers, members of parliament, who watched at the time, who should have stepped in then, to put the whole burden on the king is unfair.
Unfair.
I believe that we don't live in a fair
Very
world,
unfair.
so like I'm not even looking for fairness anywhere, because it wasn't fair what happened to those little girls.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't at all.
I don't think that.
But
I don't.
To say that King Charles could have or knew, as if it's just a lot. I don't.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to have your child trafficked around the world and touched and all that stuff. I'm the mother of a daughter. Absolutely, it's a lot. Nobody wants this.
Yeah,
and like
but also,
I said, that's a difference of opinion.
I said me and yours is difference of opinion. I don't think he knew. I think when he knew, he started stripping him and removing him of the things he needed to remove him of. And like
saying that he knew,
said that he wasn't the king at the time. He just became king.
Yeah.
He had
but for me,
no way that he didn't know. Andrew was running around. It was said that they know, but Andrew was running around with Epstein's in the middle of parks and stuff. There's no way that he didn't know. Now his power is something different to discuss, but there's no way he did not know. There's absolutely no way. And the reason why I believe that people are so up in arms with him right now is because if we're trying to merge a time and period, let's say the 90s with 2025. Now, how he should have handled things back then and now, that's two different plates. Like, you understand? That's two different chapters.
Yes, I do. Yeah, and I agree.
And the way that he's being handled now, people are upset because he's the top of the totem pole. What else are they going to direct?
I think let's blame the king. And I think people's like, he's not very popular, like Demon Dictator said, and I'm not ready to crucify him. and put him on the cross and say, oh, he knew that, when I'm not sure of that.
Yeah. And I know, again, also this might sound a bit funny, but if you look at the technology then, with the emails and the technology, and we don't have the smartphones and the technology then, today we can go through all the computer systems and all the servers and bring up the emails and do all the thorough investigation into all the emails and the paperwork today. You wouldn't have been able to do that as easy in those days. So the evidence may not have actually been that easy to obtain in those days as they are today, with the technology that we have. So we have those. And as again, if you're saying that Andrew went to Epstein's Island, he would have had police protection officers with him. The king didn't go with him. The king didn't know what he was doing. The king can't see it himself, but the protection officers should. Should the protection officers have dealt with that better? Yes. The king didn't know, but the police protection officers did. So, there's until I see the evidence where the king knew, right? And if I see the evidence and that the king knew what he was doing, I will be the first one down to Buckingham Palace and demanding the king be stripped of his title and be stripped of and he just becomes Charles Mountbatten Windsor and he goes to jail for it. I'll be the first person. But until I see that, I just want to play devil's advocate and just let the evidence be put in place before you start hung, drawn and quartered people who may or may not know.
It's like every time something new comes up with Andrew, they're looking at the king as if, oh, did he know about this? Did he know about that? Did he know about the envoy? Did he know about the trading? Did he know about the emails? Like, what did King Charles know? Like, everything?
Yeah.
I don't want to say that. What I'm saying, and what I don't know, I'm not going to speak for what anybody else is saying. My stance is not to, I don't believe that he should be stripped. Maybe advocate, but I don't believe that he should be totally ostracized like Andrew is, and I don't believe he should go to jail. I don't believe he should lose his title or anything like that. What I'm saying is that there's no possible way that he could not have known. This is not your brother or my brother or the people next door, anything like that. This was Prince Charles at the time. Just like you think about Harry and William. You think William doesn't know what Harry was up to and been up to and all that stuff? There's no way that they did not know. I would know what my sibling is doing, and I'm just a homegirl from across the street. And I'm not saying that he should be accused. He should be held responsible. No, those were Andrew's. From what we know, that's Andrew's actions. So Andrew should be held responsible. But Charles also has a responsibility. His responsibility wasn't back then. I'm talking about the responsibilities that he has now. And I don't want it to be like.
And I agree with you.
What I'm saying is not so extreme. No, but that's where it is. I'm not saying that he should be held responsible. And I don't think anybody else is saying that he should be held
very responsible in his reactions, even if he is getting Marina. I get your point too, that he got pressure from the people to do something.
Yes,
whatever the case may be, he did do it.
I mean, that's something to really be taken of account. So if the public didn't pressure him, it would be never explained.
I feel like they was going to
do. No, I don't think so, because this has turned out to be very, very serious.
About his titles during that time. All of a sudden, it was just on the news that his titles were removed. There was no pressure.
There was a lot of pressure. This is why I also said that the news needs to be archived. I think the people need to look back on the archives of the news and see what was said back then, see what was said in the 90s, see what was said in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Because, especially in the UK, the tabloids are really on some time. So we really need to step back and take a look at the archives and things like that. And I don't think, I'm not holding Princes. I'm not holding I would say Prince Charles just because of the time period. I'm not holding Prince Charles onto anything. I'm not accusing him of anything. I'm saying the whole monarchy, everyone needs to, and I'm not like, I'm just saying this casually. Everyone just needs to realize that they're just human and it is possible, and then and maybe everyone should step back and just realize that. And like, because I hear things like, oh, Catherine and William, and oh my gosh, it's so wonderful. And so, how do you know? You don't know these people. They barely say anything.
Yeah, no, and I do agree with you. I do agree with you, but I just think this investigation has been going on for a lot longer behind the scenes than what a lot of people realise. And if you look at the Newsnight interview with Andrew, which was the start of it, that probably triggered a lot of investigations going on. And while these investigations are going on, the King and the Queen and whoever can't say anything. So you have to just carry on as normal. Then bang, the next thing you know, his titles were stripped and his IPP status was stripped.
Exactly.
So he became.
That's what I saw.
They took his titles away and his IPP status, so he can be prosecuted or investigated and prosecuted as a member of the public, not as the member of the royal family. So I'm telling you, this investigation was going on for a lot longer than what you realise. And as all this came back up, and as everything that had happened before, as trade envoy, his relationship with the man on the island and Virginia Giuffre, as it was all coming up and more stuff was coming up, they realised they had a massive problem and they took action behind the scenes. But
the whole question of who knew has been brought up even when it comes to celebrities. There was a time when I loved Bill Cosby, but people always ask, who knew? Who knew?
Everybody,
and how much did they know?
They all know.
And you have and people are now taking a second look at all celebrities because that list is so long. And I'm not going to exalt, the monarchy just because they're the monarchy. I'm going to treat them like everybody else. When we're saying with who at the label knew, who in the production studio knew. Who, even if you didn't go, what did Oprah know? Since her name is on it, like Oprah's being her foot is being brought to the flames, and and that goes for everybody. I'm not gonna just uphold them at a special place just because they have a crown on their head. I don't know they're people. They don't know that they're people. They think that they're more esteemed people and they deserve more and was given by God more than the rest of us.
Yeah.
I think
you don't tell your kids, you don't say to your kids, you're at a different place than your children, and you're not explaining things to your children. They look at us almost like they're kids. You're not explaining things to your children. You're not going to go back and forth with your children. What you say is what you say, and what they know is what they know. They're not going to sit at the same. In a lot of places, they don't sit at the same table with their parents.
No, exactly.
So, that's what it is. It doesn't mean your parents wasn't doing nothing. Your parents could be going to some freaknik parties, anything like that. But they're going to treat you like children.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you go back to any of these, P. Diddy, Bill Cosby, all of these people who knew everybody, but it's the person that steps up to step in and stop it and bring them down and bring them to justice, which is, in fairness, that's King Charles doing that right now. So whether he knew in the background, now he's got all the evidence, the proper evidence. He has been the one to step up and go, right, I'm going to do
it. It's a different accusation too. People are talking about what Andrews has done. People talking about what Andrew has done, and it's a different accusation. King Charles is not on the same podium as Andrew. He has his own separate podium, is what people don't understand either. They're not saying that he is, he's like the mirror of Andrew. I don't think anybody's saying that. I'm saying he has his own accusations.
Yeah, of course. But I think the king has been the one to. He's known that his brother is trouble. His son is also trouble as well, and he knows he's got trouble. And he made sure that his brother is now being justice has been served to his brother, and whatever charges his brother is going to answer to them. So kudos to the king. Kudos to the king who has been the one to step up and stop this and make sure that justice has been served. Whether he may have known or not, but he has been the one to make sure that his brother serves justice has been served. So
Virginia is gone.
It doesn't make it right or wrong. Doesn't make it right or wrong whether it should have been done earlier, for sure.
Yeah, but justice is being served.
Andrew is going to be dealt with, and justice will be served.
Virginia wrote a book. She was screaming at her top of her lungs, and now she's dead.
Yeah, it's horrendous. It's awful.
They didn't do anything.
No, I could cry for Virginia. I could cry for her. It's what she and some of those other little ones, young girls, went through is just
It's horrible.
It's heartbreaking.
And nothing was done while she was alive.
First arrest. This is the first arrest. The first arrest, and no one's standing in their way. As a matter of fact,
who was standing in their way before? Virginia is dead. Those pictures have been out. Who was there? He was in the park chilling with Jeffrey.
No, what I'm saying is they're not protecting Andrew. There's not this hedge of protection.
But they were protecting him, and it was public pressure because people were screaming at them when they were going on their walkabouts. People were screaming at them.
Yes, and those people who did protect him in those days should also be held accountable.
Yeah,
every single person. Hundreds, all those government officials, the police protection, the government officials, the police protection, the prime ministers, if they were involved, all of them should be held accountable.
Exactly.
And
I'm not saying it's just the king.
Exactly.
And if the king did know too, he should be held accountable. Every single person. But at the moment, this is now being dealt with. At the moment, there are the investigations, and it is now coming to the surface, and it is now being dealt with. And you've got to just let that investigation happen.
Yes.
And the carnage and the hysteria, Dan Wharton got to abdicate. The king's in hiding. This is not helping. Let the investigation go. And whoever's going to be
Wharton, by the way. I'm not a Dan Wharton fan.
I agree.
Let's just put that on. I'm not a Dan Wharton fan at all.
I don't like him. He's whipping up the public for no reason. Things that people like him are making the situation worse.
Yeah.
Just got to the investigation, got to write it out, and hopefully all those people, let them bring them all. Let the dominoes fall. Let the dominoes fall where they.
I want to say again. I want to say that I'm not saying anything of like you said. Everyone needs to wait for the investigation to be done. I'm not saying that's not true, because I totally 100% believe that. It's not an either or thing. I feel like everyone's from one extreme to the next. I'm not going to keep on waving a flag for the monarchy, whether it's the king, the queen, the prince, the princess, the corgis in the back. I'm not waving my flag for anyone until the investigation is over.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what was going on. But I'm also not going to sit there and bring him into the town square and cut his head off.
Yeah. Good for you.
I feel the same. Yeah, I feel the same way. But I think it's important, even like in law, it's important to like, realize the what is actually possible. I'm not going to say that's impossible that he ever knew, and I'm not going to say that it's impossible.
No, exactly. No, and I'm not saying that either. I don't think anyone's saying that I don't think anybody's saying that he didn't know.
I'm saying that he found out too. I believe he found out. And when he found out, I believe he was disgusted like he is now. I do. I don't believe that he knew. And he sat on it.
You think that he knew in the 2000s? Come on, Letitia.
About it. Like, what was he supposed to do when he found out?
How do you know that's not when the investigation started? The investigation's been going on for a lot longer than what you realise. How do you know the investigation didn't start then? In 2000,
the investigation should have been started. His brother was in the park with Jeffrey Epstein. I worked in entertainment. I know how they roll. They definitely knew what Jeffrey Epstein was. And there's not only Jeffrey Epstein. These circles are extremely small. Why do you think they always date each other's partner and mate and stuff like that? The circle is very small.
Demon Dictator, I think you're have that.
Let me come out and come back in again. Let me come out and come back in again.
I needed to let her know. Hudson. Let me put the down. There's an echo. There's an echo. Here, let me. I don't think it's you, Hudson. I think it's Demon Dictator. There you go. Go ahead. You were saying?
Come back, human, please. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, yeah, she'll be right back.
That the official line will be it's due to his health. He'll
Right.
use that.
Yep.
And William will ascend to the throne, which is what the British people want.
Now, we've got to be honest that this situation is not normal. And that's why the king's silence will not hold. We currently have the Australian Prime Minister just today publicly publishing this shocking letter.
Dear Prime Minister Starmer, in light of recent events concerning Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, I'm writing to confirm that my government would agree any proposal to remove him from the line of royal succession. I agree with His Majesty that the law must now take its full course and there must be a full, fair and proper investigation. These are grave allegations and Australians take them seriously.
An heir to the throne, now admitting in public that he is certainly not keeping calm and carrying on in what is an historic emergency for the monarchy.
I haven't watched last night. You need to be in a quiet state. You'll be in a calm state.
So as there are now even calls for Andrew to be tried for treason in Parliament, in my digest next, I'm going to look at what Charles knew and how he can attempt to survive this growing calamity. Okay. We're then joined by the former head of Royal Protection, Di Davies, who is now calling for a full public inquiry about...
Joining me now, celebrity and royal commentator Kinsey Schofield. Kinsey, there's so much to unpack with the scandal involving Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. It has plunged the monarchy into almost an unprecedented crisis, really biggest we've seen since the abdication of the Nazi sympathising King Edward VIII. Now, if you're wondering if under pressure, let's remind the audience of how he went during this ill-advised interview with the BBC back in 2019.
She was very specific about that night.
Watch this.
She described dancing with you, and you
lying. Look at him, lying. Remember when we did this BBC interview, guys, and Andrew was up here lying about he didn't dance with her, Virginia? Can you hear Hudson?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I just knocked over the dog for the dish.
Do you want to finish what you were saying? You want to wait for Demon Dictator?
No, I want to hear what's going on.
Okay, the sooner he's removed from the... Yeah, he needs to be removed. He's no more than a parasitic twin to the monarchy.
Do you think all the monarchies, misdoings need to be called on the carpet?
profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating.
He doesn't sweat.
Because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time, and that was actually, yes, I didn't sweat at the time because I had suffered what I would describe.
That is hilarious.
An overdose of adrenaline.
It's hilarious.
Why you didn't do this?
Suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at. And I simply, it was almost impossible for me to sweat.
Kinsey, I'm lost for words. Not only did he lie repeatedly throughout that interview, but some of the lies were ridiculous.
They were ridiculous.
Ridiculous. And you see now that we've had this DOJ jump that now we have this interview to compare it to. He lies about the picture. It's a picture of a picture of a picture. Well, there's Ghislaine saying, I'm there. That's the real picture. This interview is going to haunt him more than he could ever imagine, with investigators combing through these emails, now through evidence that they're pulling out of his home, and this BBC interview.
Now, have a look at this clip of that same BBC journalist who did the interview back in 2019. She now feels sympathy for him.
We talk a lot about people's sort of state of mind and health and all the rest of it. And I suppose I do feel, I feel concern, actually, as I'm watching this story unfold. And I suppose that two things can be simultaneously true, that it can have been a long time coming, but when it does, there is somebody at the centre of it, and it is a father, and there are children, and there is a mental health question.
Kinsey, what do you make of that assessment there? Do you feel sympathy for him and his mental health struggles at the moment?
No.
I mean, that's, I will say in January, Kate Manzi reported in the Times that Prince William was deeply concerned for his uncle's mental health and how Andrew would cope after everything was taken away. He supported the king, but was worried about the consequences. Legally, Andrew's mental health only matters if it affected his state of mind at the time of the alleged offenses or his ability to face trial today, if that comes to fruition. Morally, it might be a different story.
Now, a source has told People magazine that Prince Harry is getting frustrated with people comparing him to his uncle Andrew.
Ooh.
The insider said Harry served his country, did the job well, and never engaged in misconduct, yet lost security and housing while Andrew was protected for years. Kinsey, what's your take on that?
Harry served his country via People magazine, did the job well, and never engaged in misconduct. Yes, he did. Yet lost security and housing while Andrew was protected for years. Ooh. Is that Harry's spokesperson? That was a dig.
I mean, well, you already mentioned one Windsor sympathizer, Nazi sympathizer. We saw Harry in a Nazi costume. We've seen him use racist language in videos.
There she
I
is.
think one thing Harry and Meghan and Andrew haven't, I'm just saying he's not perfect. One thing that they do have in common.
Welcome back, Demon Dictator.
I had internet problems. I had internet problems then.
Okay.
Just Prince Harry. He's got to stop crying somewhere. It's all about me, Prince Harry. It's all about me.
Yeah.
People have to remember Harry was also, like, he was neck and neck with the Queen, with the most favorite at one time. And I think about how people used to love Harry.
Yeah.
Like not too long ago before Meghan.
Yeah.
And he's been a disappointment.
He's got a bit of a dodgy past as well, Harry. That's all going to come out one day too.
Exactly.
People look past the Nazi uniform and the language in him and all those pictures and stuff like that. People still loved him.
Yeah.
Is needing to be more careful about the company they keep. Lily's godfather and bestie to Meghan, Tyler Perry, is facing 2 separate civil lawsuits from actors alleging sexual assault, battery, and misconduct. He says he's innocent. Chrissy Teigen has a horrible digital footprint of literally harassing children online. Meghan's friend, Whitney Wolford, has recently been exposed for using the N-word. If the Epstein fallout should teach Harry anything, it's that your circle reflects your character.
Ooh.
Yes, well done, Kinsey.
Yep, well said.
That's it, well said, Kinsey.
I'm going to be a little bit of a conspiracy theorist too. What if Harry and Meghan were put up as props, as a distraction for what was going on in the back? Because they did get married very quickly at a peculiar rate. And she doesn't act like any of her older films or interviews or anything. It's almost like a whole different person. And they never seem that in love with each other.
They don't seem in love.
Yeah, I don't believe in those conspiracy theories. I don't believe in those conspiracy theories at all. And I respect
starts as a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, and I respect people like the Royal Griff. She does some amazing work. I just don't believe it myself, but nonetheless, they do some fantastic stuff. But I don't believe that. that they're just a distraction from anything at all.
Yeah, he walked away.
If these two are secret CIA agents or FBI agents or whatever, secret agents, Jesus Christ, did they pick two of the dumbest people to do it? I mean, seriously, to God. They could have done better than Harry and Meghan, certainly Meghan Markle.
We've got to talk about Tegan down the track because, yeah, you're right. Her digital footprint is terrible. She's deleted a lot of it, but you never really delete anything from the internet. Now, people have been digging through Virginia Giuffre's memoir, Nobody Girl, for more references about the former prince. And in the memoir, Giuffre revisited the night she met the royal. Apparently, Ghislaine Maxwell asked the prince to guess Giuffre's age. Andrew guessed correctly, saying 17, adding, "My daughters are just a little younger than you." Kinsey, it's a little bit creepy.
That's awful. That's nasty.
Wow, like he just,
Not creepy. Coverage of Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie have, I think it's been consistent. I think the girls still love and support their father despite horrible headlines like these. They've remained publicly loyal to their dad. They've maintained close ties to their mom as well. And behind the scenes are often understood to help with reputational and logistical matters during difficult periods. It was in fact Beatrice who helped Andrew prepare for that infamous BBC interview. But the scale and persistence of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal could ultimately test just how sustainable that loyalty is going forward.
Now, on the same day that Andrew was arrested, Meghan Markle was sharing a message to her followers. She sent an email promoting her candle products as part of her As Ever brand, saying, "When the temperature drops, we start by striking a match, a steady flame on the table, soft light in the corners of the room, the familiar comfort of a scent that instantly changes the mood." Just beautiful marketing there, Kinsey.
You're so delulu. I want to have whatever Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are having because, wow, it is. I mean, while the UK watched a senior royal taken into custody, there's Meghan Markle sending out a glossy email pushing her wick list.
While he's going to jail, she's sending out emails.
Candles, a masterclass in tone-deaf timing. Proof that
she just is oblivious.
Self-awareness is not a part of her brand strategy. But what do we expect when he was stripped of his titles? They were front and center at a Dodgers game being booed as, chaos ensued over the DOJ dump. Here's Harry and Meghan courtside at a basketball game. Let me live in this fantasy land.
And me.
And that's been confirmed also by the Panorama program on Andrew. There were these girls there and people basically ordered them up like a takeaway. Have it away, Dave.
What do you think? It's probably legally a difficult thing to talk about. Do you really think that Epstein was blackmailing Prince Andrew?
Virginia Giuffre has gone on the record saying that that's exactly what Epstein was doing. And Steve Hoffenberg, who was a business associate of Epstein, said that Andrew and Clinton were his 2 Super Bowl trophies. So he used...
Oh, she's so beautiful. We're going to move on, okay?
Makes my
We're going to come back to tomorrow.
Yeah, when they said they were just ordering the girls like takeaway menus, it just that hurts me to the core of me. It does. It just gets me to my core of my soul. It's horrid.
I know. It's horrible.
What do you think about the Prince of Norway and what he's being accused of?
Oh, Jesus God. They're all at it, aren't they? They've all got their troublesome people. That's horrific what he's been doing.
Yeah, he was
in Norway.
He's gone on trial for sex crimes as well, and it appears to be really bad.
He was arrested. No, that was Andrew.
I don't know if he was arrested yet.
Right here.
Marius of Norway.
The first day of a criminal trial embroiling Norway's royal family opened on Tuesday. The accused is 29-year-old Marius Borg Høiby, who faces 38 charges, including rape. Høiby is not himself a royal, but he is the son of Crown Princess Mette-Marit and stepson to Crown Prince Haakon, heir to the throne. Høiby on Tuesday pleaded not guilty to 4 counts of rape and 1 count of domestic violence. He pleaded guilty to other charges, including 1 count of offensive sexual behavior, driving too fast, and driving without a valid license. He also said he was partially guilty, a plea allowed under Norwegian law, of aggravated assault and reckless behavior. Heading into the opening of the trial, the lead prosecutor said his team had prepared for this day for a long time. In his opening statement, he told the judge Høiby would be treated like any other Norwegian. In response, Høiby's lawyer said her client's treatment had been anything but fair. She said he'd been the subject of thousands of articles and books, calling that the opposite of normal treatment. As the trial started, a poll pointed to erosion in Norwegians' traditionally strong support for their monarchy. The newspaper Verdensgang showed a fall in the number of Norwegians who favored keeping the monarchy, down to 61% from 72% last year, and a 10 percentage point rise to 27% in support for a republic. But on Tuesday, the country's parliament voted overwhelmingly in favor of maintaining the monarchy, rejecting a proposed change. The proceedings come days after Høiby's mother apologized for her, quote, poor judgment in maintaining contacts with the late U.S. sex offender Jeffrey Epstein after he was convicted in 2008. Crown Prince Haakon said in a statement he and his wife were not planning to attend the court proceedings. About Høiby, Haakon said, quote, we love him. He is an important part of our family. He is a Norwegian citizen, so he has the same responsibilities as everyone else, as well as the same rights. The prosecution said the charges against Høiby include counts of rape both with and without sexual intercourse, some of which he filmed on his telephone. He also faces charges of possession and transporting 3.5 kilograms of marijuana. In 2024, police named Høiby as a suspect of physical assault against a woman with whom he had been in a relationship. Høiby, in a statement to the media at the time, admitted to causing bodily harm to the woman while he was under the influence of cocaine and alcohol, and of damaging her apartment. Høiby said he regretted his acts. On Sunday, police detained Høiby on suspicion of causing bodily harm, wielding a knife, and violating a restraining order.
He's troubled, isn't he, guys?
Yeah, clearly. Seriously.
Oh my God, the protection of these, like, it's. And they said his mother was waving a flag for Andrew. What is wrong with these people? They really believe that they are just above us.
I just don't think they have a grip on real life. I just don't think they've got a grip on real life. They just have protection officers everywhere, and whatever happens, they get protected. I just don't think they have a grip of understanding what consequences are in real life, I think.
I agree. You're right. It's like almost like they're just taught a totally different set of morals than we are.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, these people don't even know what it's like to pay a bill or have a mortgage or pay a phone bill. They just don't know what it's like.
That is very true. I can't imagine Harry having a job. That's why I was like, why is he leaving? What is he gonna do? Work on Wall Street?
Right.
No, he has no skills.
This is a quick clip about this young man. He's 22 years old. He goes to a school in this town, and he was missing. And trigger warning. Let me put up a banner here. He unalived himself. At least that's what word on the curb is. But the community is thinking it's something else. Nefarious happened to him. I'm going to show a quick clip of it. Me and Auntie Mickey reviewed this last night, but I just want to show just a little bit of it and get you guys' take on it before we move on to Nancy.
Says here, residents say they are not convinced missing Atlanta teen died of unaliving after body found in Cobb County Park. Still days after his body was discovered, some residents continue to believe they are still not convinced. Now, this is a little video that apparently they have on the news. Let me try to play it for you.
That's horrible.
It's horrible.
Cobb County Police have ruled his death as suicide, but some members of the community tell 11 Alive's Stefanette Haynock that they're still not convinced.
Can you guys hear that? Let
Yeah.
me know if you can hear that, okay? You can hear it? Okay. I can turn it up on my end as well, because that sounded kind of low. Matter of fact, I'll start it over.
Cobb County Police have ruled his death as suicide, but some members of the community tell 11 Alive's Stefanette Haynock that they're still not convinced.
4 days after the body of missing 21-year-old Kyle Basinga was discovered at Fair Oaks Park in Marietta, parkgoers on Sunday still wondering what happened.
Somebody had to see something, somebody had to hear something, and everything and everybody is just quiet about it. We can say anything is possible, but do I believe throughout the history of this country that that young black man did that to himself? I'm going to say no.
On Tuesday, the New Order National Human Rights Organization will host a vigil at the park at 11 a.m. to honor the life of Basinga.
I have to say something because this is my backyard. I can't be an activist if something just took place in my own backyard and not say nothing.
Cobb County Police say they are investigating Basinga's death as a suicide and say based on evidence, there are no signs of foul play.
We all do understand that we don't know what happened. It's just the fact something did happen. A young man lost his life, and we just want to make sure that we get to the bottom of this.
Whether it's a suicide or whatever, now they're concerned about their child. But I want them to know that the black community is concerned as well, that we care.
I'm Stefanette Haynock, 11 Alive News.
On Friday, 11 Alive spoke with the family of Basinga and asked them about the speculation online surrounding the circumstances of his death. The family said in a statement, right now, online speculation is the least of our worries. We are focused on burying our son, and I'm happy to have found him.
Wow. Okay, hold on just a second.
So they found him, and
Okay, so
they found him
it further says a bit
hanging by a tree.
away.
Was he depressed during his last days? What does his friends? The police say the investigation found no evidence of foul play. Basinga's death, that's his name. I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly, which I apologize. Death was been ruled unaliving. Even so, Rosa said many people simply wasn't clarity about what happened. People want clarity. People are upset about this. They are not thinking it's an unaliving. They think it's more than just that. So I wanted to just bring awareness about what was going on. And it's unfortunate.
That's sad, and I believe that self-deletion.
It's your area, Polo. Go ahead.
I believe that they really need to be studied more, and maybe there should be a designated amount of time. So they have to be researched, and they have
Exactly.
to
Thorough.
check a couple of boxes before just saying, "Oh, they unalived themselves. Let's move on to the next case." No, I think it needs to be a little deeper than that always.
Right.
Because that's a gruesome way to make you take yourself out too. You don't see that much nowadays. You see a pew pew, a blicky or something like that, or substances. People will find a bunch of substances and take themselves out that way, or even a car. People will park their car in the garage and let it run, but you don't see someone
hanging
say that word. But yeah.
You don't see them doing that.
Especially kids. He's young. What the kids know
Exactly. And how did he get up there?
Mm-hmm.
So
does he know to climb trees?
Right.
Where does the rope come from?
Exactly. Exactly. These are good questions. Same.
And nobody. That's the thing that
This
there's
is what
been
they're
very
saying about it.
And
it kind of pisses you off because they're downplaying it. They're downplaying it. It's a whole bunch of word salad.
Seen many responses and received correspondence from people who have drawn conclusions about what has occurred here. And it was important when I saw that communication to be able to respond directly to say, I hear you, I understand, and we are sensitive to that here in this county. And we want to see the truth of the matter first for the family who is deserving of understanding that as they go through their own grief at this time. But
you're right to eat it.
Community to know the truth. But I don't want us to lose the thought that it's also important to our men and women and law enforcement for them to be able to identify.
So she goes on and she says what she's going to say.
I'll let you decide that.
And then he starts to talk. And when he starts to talk, he starts to say that they've investigated everything and they were 100% sure that he unalived himself for a fact.
I would like to make one clarification on this, that there are certain details that I will not be able to talk about today. Not that they can't be spoken about in the future. Interviews, scene examination, forensic analysis, and a consultation with the medical examiner's office. And that's standard practice on any death investigation.
Lady Letitia, is there anything you want to add to this? Because honestly, the chat is just kind of chilling there. Maybe you and I can have a conversation, because we all need to be interacting about this situation. This is not something to just sit and watch and oogle at the screen. This is serious. General. Many times people are in these positions and they have to make a decision. Do you want to keep your job or do you want to do the right thing? You see what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate because these are a lot of black people that are put in this position in a case such as this. This is your people. And you're having to sit there in front of the camera and say, well, before you jump to conclusions, but you know in your heart of hearts, sister girl, you know in your heart of hearts, nothing was ever mentioned about being mentally ill about this man, this young man. There was no discussion prior to, from friends, witnesses, whomever, of any type of mental illness. Exactly, Rachel.
Family.
And
there are
it's still
victims
possible. We gotta be real.
These cases.
We're never gonna
and
be
as much as
taken
the police department wants to be transparent,
right,
serious if we don't, weigh every option that we
right.
have to.
And like you said, giving it an amount of time to investigate. They went in there, saw it. I mean, this just happened a day or so ago, and you've already wrapped it up.
Yeah, and I don't believe in just throwing around race either, because it's done way too much, and it's not going to be taken as a serious matter if we just I saw Goody Proctor with the devil. We can't keep on just throwing it up for every little thing. Oh, so when they give you extra fries at McDonald's, they're racist and they need to be. That's a distraction of when real things go on. So I really want to give it some time and see, answer some questions. We should be investigating ourselves, absolutely. I mean, we still looking for what happened to Shanquilla.
Right, exactly.
But we can't just point fingers. He may have, you never know, because sometimes people are going through depression and thinking about unaliving themselves, and you would never even know. It happens all the time. People say, oh, well, they were smart. They just went to the ball game with me this weekend.
I know that, Debbie, but I don't think that they're following on any other leads or any other investigation. They just are going by what they see and not digging a little bit deeper, because it could be foul play involved. You never know. Or he could have climbed up the tree and did it. I mean, it's just weird. Let me show you a little bit about him.
They need a little bit more diversion when it comes to police officers, certain chairs, like police officers, judges. There should be a certain amount of diversion that's required. Diversion and education. Because I don't want them just throwing anybody up there because they're the black and brown. But there's definitely, depending on the county and the state, there should be an adequate amount of diversion if people think
Right.
it's a racist issue. Especially cops on foot, especially police on foot.
A student at Georgia State University in Georgia has been found on a walking trail in Marietta, Georgia, suspended in the air from a tree, hanging from a tree. Now, there's no news coverage of this yet, but there is a lot of social media information that is circulating. So I'm going to share a little bit of those social media posts with you. And so there's also some video of him walking on the trail saying he was followed, but there's also a video of him in a confrontation with the police. Now, keep in mind, he has been missing since February the 14th, Valentine's Day. There are several posts from his family expressing concern of his whereabouts. Now, just take a look until he saw that it was a real body. This right here. If you look at this post right here, it says another black man found hanging. I could not get a picture of the young man. He is still hanging from the tree, and it is now 11:46 a.m. at Fair Oaks Park, Marietta, Georgia. He has on a black jacket. That's all I can see now. Got a picture of the rope. This is so sad. So sad. A Mexican man was walking through the trail.
Now listen, y'all. This is a post from someone that found.
Okay, and then I want to skip real quick, guys. I want to show you him talking.
And if you look at this photo, here's another photo of him. It is obvious that, he likes to walk the trails.
He likes the trails.
This is him out.
Have stated the case is currently being. It would have just said, we are.
Okay. This is the confrontation he has with the police officer.
Out in the woods, in the wilderness. So that is where he, liked to stay. Now, here is a video of the young brother out in the woods, but also he's going to be having a conversation, which is kind of contentious with the police. Just watch.
I'm gonna start walking out because this lady started treating me like I'm some crazy. A random car drives behind me close like that. What? Bro, look where you on the sidewalk right here. You was driving close, bro.
This is the video of him arguing with police right here. This is the video that he had an exchange with the police. They were campus police, if I'm not mistaken. They wanted his ID, and he clear as day had a t-shirt on that said Georgia State University. He's a student there. And they approached him out of the blue and asked him for his ID. Why do you need his ID? What was he doing that required you to need his ID other than him walking down the street?
Huh?
Was he on campus?
I feel like he was near the campus because that's the campus police.
Yeah, that's what I'm. If he was on campus, that is private. Let's be honest, that is private property, so they can access. That's why we have to be real about all the the rules,
right?
In order to combat things.
On campus.
Exactly.
Y'all may not want to admit it, but this racial profiling crap is real.
Come on, bro.
I'm just gonna tell you again to chill out, stop screaming, and don't get in my face, okay? That's the last time you can get in my face.
I'm not even close to you right now, gang. Just give me my shit and I can go about my business. Cause this is low-key illegal what you just did. You just checked me for no reason. What was your reason for getting my ID?
You said you were a student, so I asked your hand.
No. What was your initial reason? Because you see my hoodie. I have a Georgia State hoodie on, bro. It's time, bro, and I'm really speaking for myself when I say this, bro. Like, it's no longer time to sit on your all day, bulls and all that, bro. It's really time to get to it, bro. Fear is not real. It's not a real emotion. Like, obviously, it's fight or flight, but you're not supposed to fear a human being. And I say this to say, like, you should never let anyone try to downplay you or downsize you Because at the end of the day, we're all equal. We're all human beings. We're all equal, bro.
Does he sound suicidal to y'all?
Hell no. No.
Listen
he
to
does
the
not.
words.
Sounds defeated.
He
Listen to the
sounds like
words.
very. Does he sound defeated?
He does sound defeated. I want to know where those police officers were after that. They should have some type of location on their their devices and stuff like that. Usually they have a location marked for where police
Oh,
officers are at all times. So where were those
interesting.
police officers after that?
Good point. Good point. I'm gonna stop it here.
I did have another question about the monarchy
Yes.
for our resident Britain. I don't know if you're British. Are you British?
Me?
No, it's
Demon Dictator.
yeah, it's even dictator. I couldn't get it out. I'm
Yes.
sorry, I have epilepsy. I can't remember things.
No, that's
Is she
okay.
still up here?
No, her internet is messing up.
Oh, I wanted her to come back. I have a question for her. Any Brits in the chat?
Yes.
I wanted to get their opinion on.
What's the question?
I wanted to get their opinion on the Vatican because remember how the Queen was really put on the chopping block about what happened with the Vatican all those years ago, and people were, saying that she should say something. What's going on and why is she so quiet? And so, what were their viewings when it comes to that whole incident? Now, I don't think she should have been accountable personally, but I just want to know what people's viewings were as a resident and a citizen. Excuse Sasha.
Okay.
Barking in the back.
Did you guys hear that? Hudson has a question for the UK family.
Demon Dictator, you can't hear me? Let me take off the
Here, let me turn down.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Please hit the link. No, I'm genuinely curious because I was a little bit younger when that happened. It had to be 20 years ago now?
Okay, she says she can hear you. I don't think she can get back on.
I've seen those terrible documentaries.
Okay, guys. This is Nancy. Savannah.
Hey, he sounds like a student. I can't see that.
They offer a $1
He sounds
million
like a student
award.
affection being deep as one does when in academy, normal stuff. Yeah, I mean, college is a very stressful time.
Yeah.
Was he in the middle of an exam, filling out an essay? Was he researching an essay at the time? Was he in the middle of something? Because usually people that analyze themselves, they try to, tie up any corners that they have. So if he was in the middle of a project or something like that, I would like to know.
Yeah, good question. This is Nancy. Let's see what Savannah is saying about her mother.
And to this new message from Savannah Guthrie.
I don't think y'all can hear me.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
I'm going to say it is day 24 since our mom was taken in the dark of night from her bed. And every hour and minute and second And every long night has been agony since then, of worrying about her and fearing for her, and aching for her, and most of all, just missing her, just missing her.
Wow.
We know that millions of you have been praying. So many people have been praying of every faith and no faith at all, praying for her return. And we feel those prayers. Please keep praying without ceasing. We still believe. We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home. Hope against hope. As my sister says, we are blowing on the embers of hope. We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves and is dancing in heaven with her mom and her dad.
Wow.
And with her beloved brother, Pierce, and with our daddy. And if this is what is to be, then we will accept it. But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery. All of the information about this reward and the details is in the caption below. You can call the 1-800-TIP line. You can be anonymous if you want. Someone out there knows something that can bring her home. Somebody knows. And we are begging you to please come forward now. We also know that we are not alone in our loss. We know there are millions of families that have suffered with this kind of uncertainty. And for that reason today, we also are donating $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for their work in helping families who are coping with loss and actively looking for those who are lost.
Who runs that organization?
We are hoping that the attention that has been given to our mom for those who...
Did she say?
I said, who runs that organization? Who's the chair people?
Not sure.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'll be the the conspiracy theorist of the community. I don't necessarily believe everything that's going on with this case.
I know, it's weird. It's what's up. I think it's an inside job. I think that it's just weird that she just disappeared.
I think it's a political distraction. I think it's you know what happened yesterday that was really weird to me? When the media was covering this story, they were at the same time pushing 23andMe and Ancestry.com.
Yes.
And they were pushing it hard too. It's almost like they were spokespeople for it. Like they wanted the public's DNA or something. I know I sound like a conspiracy theorist to y'all, but this is the way the government works. We've seen it. We've seen it with Nixon. We've seen
contact with us.
Why are they pushing for everyone? 23andMe and Ancestry are great organizations, and you can find your cousin through that. And if we had more samples, like they were really going in.
No, they want you to give you your DNA.
Yeah, and that's the way they get through, to the public. They use the media to really persuade us to do things more than we know. There could be a possibility that this woman passed away a long time ago. She was at a particular age.
That's true. She's 80-something.
Hmm. And they work in the media and politics and the family. I don't know, man. I don't know. And those camera pictures look weird. And why are they writing ransom notes to TMZ? TMZ is known to work off of payola, just like People Magazine. I don't know, man. I hope that hasn't happened. Nothing crazy, but I know I can't go without my medicine more than a couple of hours.
Yeah, me too. Like when we go eat or something, I'll forget to take my medicine. I'm like, let's go home first, because I'm with you on that. Exactly. So this is her speaking out, and offering $1 million. It was $200,000. Now it's $1 million. If anybody knows where she is.
We also know that we are not alone in our loss. We know there are millions of families that have suffered with this kind of uncertainty. And for that reason today, we also are donating $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for their work in helping families who are coping with loss and actively looking for those who are lost. We are hoping that the attention that has been given to our mom and our family will extend to all the families like ours who are in need and need prayers and need support. So please, if you hear this message, if you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward, tell what you know, and help us bring our beloved mom home so that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived. Please be the light in the dark. Thank you.
That sounds like a script.
Our Nancy Lou back there in Tucson. We just listened to that together for the first time. Nancy Lou, that was just absolutely heart-wrenching and very powerful.
Yeah,
asking for anybody like, now is your moment. This is it. What did you make of the words and the reward that was offered, and also a reward for other missing families who are dealing with unbearable loss as well?
Yeah, it's just heart-wrenching to see and hear, and you just feel that pain that they are going through. But a $1 million family reward, I mean, that's remarkable. And hopefully that does bring the information that can, crack this case. And sadly, she also acknowledged that Nancy Guthrie may already be gone, already gone home to heaven, but they need to know where she is.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious. And
all right, we have some breaking news out of Arizona and the search for 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. Look at these photos. It appears that the masked suspect who was caught on Nancy Guthrie's front door camera went to her home before the night that she disappeared. These two photos of the suspect were taken on 2 different nights. That is according to sources who spoke with News Nation. You can see in the photo on the left, he's not wearing that backpack or the gun holster. that he has in the front on the photo on the right. Let's go right now to News Nation's Brian Enton live for us in Tucson. Brian, how did they get this second photo? Was this from the same Google search of the software from that front doorbell Nest camera?
Yeah, it appears to be from the same camera, Elizabeth, and this is something that has perplexed us for a while because the photos look different. Why was the suspect wearing the backpack? That was the first thing I noticed. Why was the suspect wearing the backpack in one photo, which you see there on the right, and not wearing the backpack in the photo on the left? And now we do have sources confirming to us the reason is because the photos were taken on different days. We know one of the photos is from the day that Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped, early morning hours of February 1st. When that other photo was taken, we do not know the day, but we know that it was not at the same time that the other photo was taken when Nancy was kidnapped. It was a previous day, which would indicate that the suspect was at Nancy's house days before the kidnapping, Elizabeth.
That is chilling.
That is very chilling that the kidnapper was there before, like, casing the joint. Different
Were there
days.
tire marks found?
Bird. Yes.
There were tire marks?
Say it again.
Were there tire marks? Tire?
Good
Car
question.
tires?
No, they did seize her car eventually. Yeah. But no tire marks.
And the neighbors didn't see anything.
Good morning, Diane.
I don't put nothing past anyone. You know how things turn out here.
I know, right? Do you think they're gonna find her like soon?
No, I don't think that she's gone. I don't think that she was kidnapped.
Oh.
I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. I don't mean no offense. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, there's
and
nothing
people
wrong
lie.
with that.
People lie. People put on a good face and a good front, and you have to just wait it out. We can't be so naive. She's
Me
80
too,
years old.
Diane. They are slow. Maybe a friend of the family because he seems comfortable.
Yeah, there was no struggle, no fight, right? Was anything else missing?
No, just her. Just her.
This whole thing seems weird. This sounds like something off a movie set. Like,
It does.
This doesn't happen nowadays.
Sounds like something out of a movie.
I hope I'm wrong. But she's 80 years old. How long? It's been what? Almost a month?
Yes, this is the 4th week. A month. She was taken around February, the first week of February.
And the notes have been sent to TMZ. Did they chop up some magazines or use those lettering? Like, what do you mean?
TMZ has an update too.
Mail nowadays is all scanned and monitored. So it's not like they wouldn't know where. This is not the 30s or the 50s. Mail is all scanned and monitored.
Exactly. Fingerprints.
Exactly. So where's this mail coming from?
Are they getting an email from Harvey them? I don't know.
Mail is not even a common thing. The only thing to really come in the mail is advertisements. So they definitely would know where this mail came from. And how's it getting up to Harvey so fast? If it's not marked,
Right.
how would they know where to put it?
Exactly. How would they know where to put it?
All right,
The
Brian
mailrooms are
Ensign will
heavy.
have the very latest from Tucson. Thank you so much, Brian, for that breaking news update.
Thank you for watching.
Photo of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper taken some days before she was abducted has resulted in no leads. We have been talking with FBI sources who are telling us that
first of all, you don't want me to get started on Harvey.
The way they got this photo was
Did you know he was gay? I
through
didn't know
Google
he was gay.
I found out like a while ago.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Now with this case, if it was placed in the mail, because mail is not popular.
No.
You got to think this is a business, so it goes through a mail room, and it goes through a mail person, and it goes through a post office. You don't think by now they would know where that stuff came from?
Right.
They would be on the lookout for any letters that look like this
or came from this. Yeah, exactly.
As soon as it's that first step, whoever her mail carrier is, or I don't know if it came from her house, but that would be the first place. You got nowhere else to look. Why don't you look at the mail?
That's a good point. Good. The mail, says Hudson. She's 85 years old. Who would randomly take a sick old lady? What would be the reason? She was on pain medicine for severe pain. Jesus.
They're trying to convince us to submit our samples to 23andMe, so they got us on surveillance. They would do something like that. I know it sounds preposterous, but
no, I believe it.
Watergate, Balloon Boy, all type of stuff. The news has been lying to us.
This is a mess. And look who in the center of it right here. Harvey thinks he's going to solve the case. I think he used to be a lawyer or he studied law or something. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Nancy did not have a subscription for video from Nest. They were actually able to obtain it from Google the way they did the video. But because there's no video subscription, there was no timestamp on this. So based on their investigation, they believe that the photo could have been taken on January 11th. This is weeks before the kidnapping, but they're not sure of that. It could have been January 11th. That is an operating theory. They are not sure of that. They want to make that clear. We know that they have swept the area for video from neighbors, anywhere they could get it. It has resulted in no leads with respect to identifying a vehicle or a suspect. They are frustrated about this. Now, I do want to say one other thing.
What about Powers?
Had said
Powers?
Yes. I'm not quite sure if we still use towers with wireless phones, but there's some type of Ethernet towers or something that receive a signal, so they would know when we live in the future. This is 2026.
Exactly. They said that they were trying to locate her pacemaker.
Do they even know what was flying overhead? Because flying aircrafts, they all get monitored. Was there anything, a drone, a helicopter, airplane? Was there anything flying overhead?
Right. I know. I think that the chief of police that started this investigation is not very good at doing his job. I do believe that. I do believe they made this case go cold. Someone who may perceive a slight or wrong by Savannah or wanted to get even with her.
Even with an 85-year-old woman, what did she do?
Right.
I mean, you could be right, but like, what did she do?
All the theories, yeah.
Is she known to be spicy by the neighbors?
What, Doodle Bird? I did my DNA because I found out that my grandfather wasn't my real grandfather. Looking for any relatives out there. We have a lot of health issues in our family. Could be from his side. Interesting, Doodle Bird. Hello,
I'll be your
Dawn.
cousin. I'll be your cousin, Doodle Bird. I'll be your loudmouth cousin at the family reunion.
My intuition says she was gone day one, and the person you would least suspect is responsible. I agree with you. Yeah, I do. Hello, Carl. Good to see you.
Hi, Dawn. Hi, Carl. Yeah, Virgo, Letitia?
Huh?
You're a Virgo?
Yes. Are you a Virgo?
No, I'm a Pisces, but my sister and my baby are Virgos. My daughter.
Oh, okay.
Y'all some logical people.
Oh.
Shortly after the kidnapping, that photo was taken the day of the kidnapping. That is incorrect. We know that. It was taken before the kidnapping, but again, the operating theory, January 11th.
You didn't know that. We all just found that out.
Let's talk about Savannah's new video where she's
entries.
Savannah's new video where she says the family is offering $1 million and acknowledging that it would be a miracle if her mom is still alive. We are told the FBI never told the family that the chances of finding their mom alive was slim to none. They never said anything about it. This is something that the family kind of came to terms with on their own, we're told. The FBI's $100,000 reward still stands. So $1.1 million is on the table right now, leading to the return of Nancy Guthrie.
Why her?
The FBI wants.
You know what? Because number one, her mother, her daughter is on the Today Show. And good question.
It doesn't make her life more valuable by the FBI.
Oh, Donald Trump got involved.
Why?
And that's when he got involved, he allowed her to use the FBI.
Why is my question? Why? What makes her case more important than any other case? It can't be just the people on the Today Show.
That's why I was showing that one gentleman before I showed this one. Where's the outrage?
But there's out even for Jean Bonnet, for Kanika, for Shanquilla, for Elizabeth Smart. Like,
yeah.
What is going on? What's the other one from the Bahamas? I forgot her name. God rest the dead. Her mother's still going strong. What is her name? I don't want to leave her.
Oh, do you know who your real father is, Dawn? Wow. That's something. So they have come to terms that she may not even be alive, which is a hard pill to swallow.
What about Natalie Holloway?
Natalie Holloway. Yeah, Natalie Holloway.
Thanks, Mom. What about the other one? Amanda, not. She was in Italy, and she was thrown in jail for unaliving her roommate. And that roommate, her case still isn't solved.
Wow. Wow.
There's a lot of missing people out there.
Missing people, unsolved situations. It's sad.
Yes, the Amanda Knox case. Yes, that's the other one, Amanda Knox.
When they had blamed that one lady, that one girl.
Amanda, yeah, for the girls. Meredith was her roommate's name. Yes, Meredith Kircher.
They never figured out.
Her poor family. Her family was, heartbroken. There's people that think Amanda did it all over again.
Wow. Yeah, he offered the resources for the FBI. I know, that's what I'm saying. And this young man, they have closed his case before they even investigated it. I think it sucks.
So your mother was 15. Did you know her? Or did family or something raise you? You know, all the young ladies who had children early in like school or in my neighborhood or something like that, I kind of admire them now because all their kids are grown and go and like out the house and have family of their own. And here I am still trying to raise my baby. I can't even go to a concert. I'm like, oh, you guys are lucky. Because kids stay little only for a little while. So there is some, there's a light at the end of that tunnel.
Right.
So even a silver lining.
Oh, okay, done.
Your mom is a trooper.
Yes.
Wants people to call it, not necessarily calling Pima, because you then have two law enforcement agencies, you have cross signals, so it's 1-800-CALL-FBI. They want serious leads only, and they want to make it clear, anybody who's trying to scam the Guthrie family, they will be prosecuted.
Wow.
The last thing, and something I think is very interesting, is I spoke with one source from the FBI who said the reality is this is becoming a cold case.
Ooh.
But that doesn't mean it's over. And this source was talking about something that
it is over. When it becomes cold, they wrap it up and put it away, don't they?
True, with all that money, it sounds like they got enough to do some private investigations. Our resources, I hate to say it, if you have the funds to do private, you should work with the police. But yeah, it should go cold after a while.
Yeah. Cold
They're
design.
lucky.
Yeah, bless you, Dawn. Yes, they are waiting to talk to the young man's family. That is true, Debbie. Yep. Thank you, Joe, for your input on that. I'm going to have to agree with Del Plummer. She was gone the first day. Yeah, I think the blood situation throws me into thinking that oh, that's beautiful, Dawn. The young man's family may have insight to open more avenues for the case. That's true. Let's see what the family knows. Let's see. Yeah, I feel she is gone as well, unless that brother-in-law is involved in holding her somewhere. See, I think it's the son-in-law too, but
we've seen
allegedly
many times where you could have a kidnapper at a bar one night drinking and then bragging about what he or she did. You could have a girlfriend of the kidnapper at the time,
what?
who then becomes an
Bragging.
ex-girlfriend
I
who knows
the 85-year-old.
Right.
Harvey,
over.
what are you talking about?
And this sort was talking about something that we've seen many times, where you could have a kidnapper at a bar one night drinking and then bragging about what he or she did. You could have a girlfriend of the kidnapper at the time who then becomes an ex-girlfriend who knows information and goes to authorities, or that girlfriend could be the one to actually, go to a bar, go to a store, go somewhere and either talk about it directly or insinuate something that is interesting enough to pursue. So
Harvey, ain't
even
nobody going to
though
bars like that
this
anymore. What
is
are you talking
becoming
about?
a cold case,
Oh,
and it is clearly one
And
of the
how do you
reasons.
even know it was a man?
Get together in a bar, then discuss it, and then like, what are you talking about?
He's assuming that it was even a man. Like it could have been a girl, it could have been a woman that kidnapped her. So why are
That's
you just?
true.
I know the camera looks like a man, but who's to say nowadays? There's some masculine studs out there. Shout out. So who's to say?
To authorities, or that girlfriend could be the one
The
to
girlfriend.
actually, go to a bar, go to a store,
Go to a bar.
go somewhere and either talk about it directly or insinuate something that is interesting enough to pursue. So even though this is becoming a cold case, and it is clearly one of the reasons why the Guthrie family has upped the reward, that doesn't mean it's over. As what FBI source put it, it just takes that one person, and they believe it's going to happen at some point. One person who opens his or her mouth and the case cracks wide open.
That ain't how it's gonna be. It's gonna take the police officers to keep digging. Oh, well.
Fallout from the arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor continues. For the very latest, I'm joined by GB News host Alex Armstrong.
Photo of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper taken some days before she was abducted has resulted in no leads. We have been talking with FBI sources who are telling us that the way they got this photo was through Google, because Nancy did not have a subscription for video from Nest. They were actually able to obtain it from Google the way they did the video. But because there's no video subscription, there was no timestamp on this. So based on their investigation, they believe that the photo could have been taken on January 11th. This is weeks before the kidnapping, but they're not sure of that. It could have been January 11th. That is an operating theory. They are not sure of that. They want to make that clear. We know that they have swept the area for video from neighbors, anywhere they could get it. It has resulted in no leads with respect to identifying a vehicle or a suspect. They are frustrated about this. Now, I do want to say one other thing. Kash Patel had said shortly after the kidnapping that that photo was taken the day of the kidnapping. That is incorrect. We know that. It was taken before the kidnapping, but again, the operating theory, January 11th, they're not certain of that. Let's talk about Savannah's new video where she says the family is offering $1 million and acknowledging that it would be a miracle if her mom is still alive. We are told the FBI never.
Hey, everybody. I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious, and we are in day 23 of the.
So last weekend,
you stay 3 hours with this one and 3 minutes with this one,
Right.
and you really get an insight, I should say, into their brains, as disturbing as they are. So we don't know. So this guy was mission oriented. Yes.
I'm Sergeant Ramsey. I'm the one that called you. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry to call you. Listen, we had a report of a disturbance at your house, and there were shots fired. Is your husband Michael? Okay, I'm sorry to tell you, man. He's been killed. He's been killed, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Listen.
No.
Try to calm down.
No.
What you just saw was Dalia Dippolito crying over her husband's death, something that was found not true. Everything you see here, from her immediate outburst of sorrow to the officer reporting, it's all done to uncover the actual plot. In this video, we're taking you through the crazy case of Dalia and how a successful sting operation prevented a terrible fate for her husband. In 2008, Dalia Dippolito was in real estate and had a side hustle as an escort when she met her husband, Michael Dippolito. Michael had a sheet on him for fraud, but was very successful. But somewhere along the line, their marriage fell apart, and it was evident that she was using a criminal history to get whatever she wanted from him. One time, the police were tipped by an anonymous caller about Michael's involvement in narcotics. He was worried about losing his assets if arrested, so he signed off his assets to Dalia. Now, with the assets in her name, she wanted him gone. Dalia reached out to an ex-boyfriend named Mohammed Shihadeh to find an assassin, but instead of finding an assassin, he went to the police and informed them of the conversation.
She asked if I knew someone who can kill her husband for her.
Are you scared for the guy?
Yes, because she's really, dead serious on getting this done. Maybe 5'6", 5'7", dark black hair. She's a good-looking girl. Really good-looking girl, actually.
But it was his word against hers. There was no proof. So to get proof, Shihadeh was made a confidential informant for the Boynton Police Department and was asked to arrange a meetup with Dalia in a public gas station to discuss the assassination.
This guy's a professional. It's not his mom is not going to be suspicious of you or anything like
Why
that.
me? Like, do you know what telling somebody it? Nobody's going to be able to point a finger at me.
And to conclude this conversation, Shihadeh tells her that the hitman wants $1,200 to buy a gun. And surprisingly, she counts it out and gives it to him, along with a picture of her husband.
Wipe my hands off this picture. Really? You're going to give him something with fingerprints all over?
This is when the detectives realized that this lead is actually a potential murder case. So now the police decided to plan this sting operation to gather as much evidence as there is. In 2 days, Dalia is called to meet with the assassin, who was actually Officer Whitty G, an undercover cop. After she gets into his car, the two discuss how the attack will take place.
Got a picture. Look at a picture of the house, whatever.
How soon can we get everything going?
Well, it's up to you.
I mean, I need to come like this week, but like my understanding of everything was that like, you know, I was gonna give you what I gave you, and then that was everything. Until after the fact. And then after the fact, I guess you were gonna come and like find me or whatever. I mean, I'm good for it. Like, it's not like I don't have it.
No,
I mean, I know not to fuck around with you. You know certain things, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you obviously know where I'm at.
I can get it up on Wednesday. You want me to? You understand? But I gotta do my.
Homework, you know. I gotta, know exactly where the place is and how to get out of there, how to get in and out. You understand what the neighbors want? I gotta call the cops, report a shooting to see how fast they get to that location. There's a lot of stuff I gotta do.
Hello,
Cyrus. A lot of money.
So if we go ahead and do it, like, at the house, like, how soon could you do it?
I could do it Thursday morning. It's gonna be like I break into the house. Didn't think he was gonna be home because everybody works in the daytime.
Right.
I'm gonna think he's at work. When he's not at work, then he gets two in the head.
I remember this.
I take a couple things with me.
You do.
Up the windows, make it look like a robbery that went bad. It's all over. I'm done out of there. We're just gonna be asking you questions, although they know it's gonna be obvious what it is, and they already know. But they're gonna ask questions because that's how they gotta do it. But I don't know how well we handle pressure. I don't know, because I don't want.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm a lot tougher than what I look. I know you're like, oh, what a cute little girl, whatever. But I'm not.
You are. You're beautiful.
Thank you, but I just need to make sure everything's gonna be.
Between now and when it's done, you have to have an option to change your mind. Even if you change your mind, I'm talking to him.
There's no changing. No, there's no I'm determined already. I'm positive, like 5,000%.
Wow.
Okay.
Around 6:30, 7 o'clock. He always walks the dog in the morning.
Okay.
He walks the dog across, over where the lake is, and our door is always unlocked.
I'll be in the house by 6:30 Wednesday morning. 6 o'clock. Yeah. All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, and I guess
you're here for me.
I'll hear from you.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
In their 23-minute conversation, they agreed on a payment of $7,000 for the murder. To plan out the perfect sting operation, they now needed to bring in her husband, Michael, into the plan and explain to him what was going on.
I'm Detective Marino, ID 696 for the Long Beach Police Department. All right, also present in the room right now is Mr. Michael Dippolito. Can you go ahead and spell your last name? You already know why we're here. Yeah. Reference this whole incident is happening, investigation where your wife hired somebody to kill you.
But before they can just spill the beans on their plan, the detectives need to figure out what went wrong with their relationship, the real motive behind the hit.
And pretty much we're on a fast track relationship, getting along great, everything's great, and as soon as we moved out of Boca in January and I purchased a home in Boynton, and I would say 2 weeks after we did that, I hired a lawyer to get off of probation. I started giving my wife money because she was going to provide me with the other half of the money for the probation. And
just for the record, what were you on probation for? Just for
organized fraud. Okay. Basically, we were trading commodities that didn't exist.
All right, that's enough of that.
And then I provided her with $100,000. She was supposed to provide me with $90,000. And my lawyer is telling me it's not here, it's not there. She was supposed to send a wire. The wire magically never showed up, and the story was just unbelievable. And what do I do with that? And then I turned around and I was going to leave. And then she got honest that she messed my money up in some wire scheme where she was supposed to send it and make money on it. And
so how long did you date before you actually got married?
We dated from October to January.
Okay.
So however long that would be exactly, 2-3 months.
Right. That's pretty quick. So you get married, and then how long after you get married do you start, or do you ever feel that something's not right with her?
About a month and a half.
Right away.
The money starts disappearing. I had drugs planted on my truck. The officers came out to search my truck. I'm not a drug dealer, I never was.
Where did that happen?
The Ritz-Carlton in Manalapan. I came out one day and we were leaving in the morning, and officer approached me, "Is this your truck?" I said, "Yes, it is." And I didn't know what he wanted. He goes, "Can I search it? There's been activity on it. Someone called." And I'm like, "Absolutely, you can search it." The officer searches the truck. There's nothing in the truck. He lets me leave. I figured someone called, but nobody knew we were there. It's an unexplainable thing.
Were any drugs found?
The next day, I went to get gasoline in the truck. There was drugs in my gas cap. So luckily,
no knowledge of that?
No. I mean, thank God, I let the officer search the truck. There's nothing in the truck. Thank God I didn't find them, because, that would have been a disaster. Point being, though, it was unexplainable. Nobody knew we were there. Nobody knew we were there.
So what do you suspect it planted it? A hunch.
A hunch was my wife.
Okay.
And I played it through my head 1,000 ways. I thought, could it be? I'm laughing. I even thought maybe it wasn't me put it there, I didn't remember. But I don't, the point is, Nobody knew we were there. Nobody had access to my vehicle except my wife.
What would her motivation be for doing that? You're on probation at the
She,
time.
at that point, yes. And at that point, she already had stolen $100,000 from me. And so now I'm out $100,000, and she got me involved in another scheme where I lost another 90 or another 100,000 trying to, you know, I lost $240,000. So it's unexplainable money.
These should have been the earliest red flags for Michael about Dalia.
Hello, Michael.
Pattern suggests that she's been after his money since the start, and it's possible that the hit was arranged for her to get away with the money she had.
I haven't had this many incidents go wrong in my life, and you know, I mean, in my life, and that I've had since I met this girl. Like, you know, I haven't had my truck searched 2-3 times. You know, I don't do that kind of shit. You know, so all of this is very out of character for me. My life is, since I met Dalia and since we've been married, the dynamics of my daily life have changed drastically. Like, I don't have police interaction anymore. I don't, you know, and I've seen the police more than like 10 times probably since I've been with her over stuff that's unexplainable and sounds crazy to people. I don't tell people my business anymore because they think I'm crazy.
Let me ask you one question that's kind of puzzling, or that we would like answered if we can. What's her motivation for having you killed? I mean, like, why not just get divorced? Or does she ever mention divorce or separation?
Never.
So, what, in your mind, what's her motivation?
We just
purchased insurance policy?
No, we just purchased a home, and I just actually signed the title over to her until I could straighten out my other problems with probation, and also, you know, the $200,000 and some thousand she stole from me, I think is a big motivation. So basically, I guess with my home and everything else, $500,000 of motivation.
Was that money used like restitution to pay back your victims?
It was supposed to be for that, yeah.
Right.
And she stole it.
So with that, the husband was brought in on the plan and asked to be at the station during the hours of the fake planned hit. At this time, Dalia was told to be at the gym, her designed alibi. So while she was there, the police called her and immediately asked her to come home, which she knew was where her husband was meant to be killed. To her, this would be the police calling her to be informed of her husband's demise, so she had to act accordingly. Why don't you be the judge and see how she did?
I'm Sergeant Ramsey. I'm the one that called you. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry to call you. Listen, we had a report of a disturbance at your house, and there were shots fired. Is your husband Michael? Okay, I'm sorry to tell you, ma'am. He's been killed. He's been killed, man. I'm sorry.
He couldn't even get it out.
Try to calm down. Listen, right now, we need to get you to the station. We need to get you to the police station. I can't let you in, man. We have to do our job. If you want to find this killer, okay, we need you to calm down. I'm gonna need you to go with these detectives, okay? Does he have enemies? Is there anyone that would want to hurt him? Okay, who would want to hurt him? Witnesses said they saw a black male running from me. I can't let you see him, ma'am. Ma'am, I cannot do this right now. Ma'am, I can't do it. Detective Yopi, I need you to take her to the station. I can't. Ma'am, go with these detectives. If you want to help your husband, okay? If you want to help your husband, you need to go to the station with these gentlemen and tell us everything you know about who he knows, who he's connected to. Don't worry, we've already taken care of dogs with animal control for right now. Everything's under control. And we'll take care of everything else, okay? Thank you, guys.
Now, Dalia is taken to the police station so that she can answer about the whereabouts. So far, the police's sting operation is a massive success. They just have to see what else they can dig out of her in the interrogation.
Protocol we have to do with this, which is life. We got to advise you your rights, so you know. Okay? If you don't understand any of them, you just tell me, and I'll stop repeating. First of all, let me just tell you, I'm sorry for your loss. All right, honey. No, you don't want to say him. Believe me, you don't. Could you listen, please?
You can't see him while you're in jail.
Make any statement that you...
What you say, sweetie?
I say you can't see him while you're in jail.
Right. Exactly. And he's supposed to be gone.
You have the following constitutional rights. This is something because we're going to videotape that I need you to sign also. It gives us the right to videotape it when we're there.
I don't want to be videotaped.
Well, you're being videotaped. That's all part of it.
Oh.
Whose number is that?
Got your home number.
Oh.
We got that from our reports that have been filed here. And then I'll tell you what's going on here.
Notice her trepidation is signing off on the fact that she's being recorded. This means that instead of weeping and complaining, she has to be extra careful about what she says. Even though she is caught dead to rights, any extra inconsistencies in this interrogation can land her even more jail time.
Listen, is there anybody that you know that you think would want to kill your husband?
His husband's on probation.
For what?
He's stalk fraud.
Stalk fraud? How long has he been on probation? Probation or parole? Did you spend any time in prison? How much? You know?
2 years in prison and 5 years on probation, going on to 6 years.
Oh my God. And what was that for?
It was for taking money. It was like, he explained like boiler room kind of, where they would take money from people
Oh, I
and put it
understand.
towards things.
Yeah. How long have you guys been married?
Not even a year.
This is tragic. Is there anybody you could think of that would want to do this to him?
I was telling the officers we've had problems already, and
What sort of problems?
he's been trying to get off probation,
Uh-huh.
and it's just been nothing but problems the whole time that he's been trying to get off. People weren't happy that he was getting off probation because it's a lot of money he's got to pay back.
Well, when you say people, who are you talking about? People that were involved with him before? Or?
A little bit of everything. This was supposed to be something, when he got off probation, it was supposed to be between us. And he went and he told, friends of his, he told, certain people, and everyone kind of talks, and he's constantly running into a lot of the guys that he was on probation with. Like a couple days ago, we ran into someone, and that was a target. I mean, and the guy comes up to us, and he's like with organized crime. It seems like a lot of the guys from Boca are starting to move up here, and we're constantly running into, a lot of the guys that he knows and things like that.
2 minutes in, and she goes from weeping to speaking in a fluent tone about the enemies her husband has. She's using the probation and prison buddy angle as a way to steer herself out of the situation. A futile effort, of course. Now she'll bring up the fact that his friends were after his money, more specifically $191,000.
So it was a lot of money. It was $191,000 that he had to pay back. So we were going to go ahead, and he had the money to pay off the probation and everything like that. And then I guess somehow when he went away, some guys didn't go away. They left the country.
He went to prison?
Right.
Okay.
They left the country. And so somehow he was dealing with some of those guys because they thought that he owed them, and I don't know, something with that he was taking care of. So the money that he used to get off of probation, he never did it. He did something else with that.
Yeah. If we go back to Michael's interrogation, he describes this $191,000 in a very different way.
And the money, actually, you want to laugh? I hired a really good lawyer, and we're at the lawyer's office, and this guy threw me out of his office because he's so disgusted. And he's actually, I guess, a witness in this because he sat with this. We were at the desk, and she had the check for $191,000, the cashier's check. She wouldn't hand it to my lawyer. And my lawyer's looking at me, and she's coming with some cockamamie story. She wants her money first. The point was, I was done probation. I paid these people their money, and she didn't hand it over. The lawyer said, I can't take the money from her if she's not willing to give it. So he throws me out. I have to run back now and get her money to give her money that she supposedly put into this. So anyway, we exchange money. I run back to my lawyer's office, and I hand him the check. It was for $191. So the check magically changed from $191,000 to $191. My lawyer was a witness to this, and he chased me down the hall and basically threw me out of his office. He was disgusted because he also warned me something's wrong here. And so he fired me. So
That's another sign, huh?
yeah. So he's a witness to that. But he saw the whole thing go down. He saw the real check. He saw the bad check.
So, to verify the claim, the detective has to dig deeper into who these friends really are.
Yeah. Now, do you know any of these people, their names or anything like that, or where they may live, so that we may be able to follow it up? We're not going to implicate you.
The guys that left, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know them?
I don't know them.
You never met them?
No. I mean, I know the guy that we ran into a couple days ago. I know certain names, you know what I mean? And I know certain families, they were on the news, like the guys that all just went away. I forget what family.
See, Brian and I and the squad, they only work major crimes. We only work murders, or homicides, and very serious assaults, and kidnappings, and police shootings, and things like that. We only specialize in that. We don't work anything else. So I wouldn't know about the theft of money that he may have been involved in, or anything else. So I'm asking, if you know any names, then we can run these guys down and see what they know.
Well, those group of guys, they all went away. But he's saying one of them, I guess somehow he had a problem. I don't know what problem he had. It was before we met. He ran into one of these guys, and the guy, he thought he owed him something or something happened, but they went away. I don't know if the one guy that I'm telling you about, Pasquale, if he also went away or if he did it. But this just happened like a month and a half ago. They all got arrested again. The same stock fraud stuff again.
Does first name Pasquale or last?
I don't know.
Is it Pasquale or Pasquale?
Pasquale.
Okay. What nationality are you? Spanish?
My mom's from Peru and my dad's from Egypt.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, I understand you got a couple animals at your house too, right?
So I guess I want to tell you everything, the whole
Please
you guys
do.
kind of know.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I want to know.
So that's what happened with that. So he didn't know how to tell everybody what was going on with everything. And so he pretty much he told them that, like, you know, I had the money and I took it and I got involved in like a Bernie Madoff kind of scheme because he didn't know how to tell, you know, his mom and everybody what was going on.
You're lucky.
What?
You're lucky you went to the gym.
We were supposed to go to the gym.
Oh, both you were supposed to go?
He didn't know if he was going to, he just had liposuction and he had like 2 blood handles removed from here. I think he had something little. And 2 weeks ago he had surgery. And yes,
what kind of surgery?
The self-tectomy, like the lipo that he had.
Oh, did he used to be real heavy or something?
No, he used to be, and then he got lipo done, and I guess the plastic surgeon left like 2 bulges here. So yesterday we went because he had like blood buildup in his back, so they drained it.
Okay.
So he was like, well, depending on how I feel today, but we go every morning. We haven't gone through the surgery, but every morning 5 a.m. we're both at the gym. Yeah.
You got a lot of friends. Better than me. I wish I could go, obviously.
Well, you know, he's very, he used to be a drug addict, and
what was his drug of choice? Crack. Yeah, go to you.
And he's recovering alcoholic, and so with him, it's very important to be like on schedule and you know what I mean, like have a system and very organized with everything. And
let's get back to.
Now, with bad friends comes terrible habits. She squeals about his drinking and narcotics abuse, thinking that this is another angle for them to look into. But at this point, she's deflecting from the cause of the killing to her personal blame game, which the detectives catch on to quickly and ask her to revert back.
His death. I don't know if you know, he was shot.
Insane.
He was shot twice, and I want you to know all this.
Do you know this?
Did they tell you out there?
not exactly. I mean, they told me he was shot. When I was at the gym, I got a phone call. I didn't hear my phone ring, and I called back, and they told me just to please come that something happened at my house.
Yeah, evidently your husband answered the door, and they took him back upstairs. And in the bedroom.
He has cameras, though. Why would he answer the door? Like, he doesn't answer for anybody he doesn't know. I mean, the only person, like his probation officer, is like, you know what I mean?
I have no idea.
He would not answer the door. We have cameras, like, at our house.
Maybe he knows this person. I didn't know you had cameras because when we got there, some of your neighbors heard the commotion.
We have cameras. The front door has cameras.
Oh,
the back door has cameras, but they don't record.
And they don't record.
Nobody knows, but they don't. We told everybody they record, but they don't record.
Oh, God.
Because he didn't want them to make a hole in the garage for the recorder to be there because of his car.
Well, when we got there, the door was wide open. When the officers got there, the door was wide open. They went in and looked. They said there was 2 dogs in the house in a crate or a cage or something like that. And he was found in the bedroom. They shot twice in the head.
He wouldn't open the door unless it's somebody that he knows.
Well,
we don't open for anybody.
Now, you have to understand, I wasn't there, neither was he. We have other people there, so maybe somebody broke into the house or something. I don't know. I haven't been to the scene yet.
All of our rooms have TVs, and we look specifically to make sure nothing is happening because we've had drug incidences and things like that.
Was he asleep when you left?
No, because we said sort of, but not really because of his back. He was just kind of
laying there.
He was just laying there, and he set the alarm, But I mean, I said, I'll bring you coffee on the way home, and normal.
There was no alarm. There was no alarm sound going off.
I put our little dog downstairs, and he stayed upstairs with the big dog.
I don't know. How big is the dog?
He's an English bulldog. But he doesn't do it.
Will he bite somebody?
No, he loves everybody. I mean, he will run off with whoever he sees. The one that's very aggressive and mean is the white one.
It's probably the smallest
The
one.
little,
Yeah.
like 4-pound dog.
I think she weighs 200 pounds, right?
I'm just trying to.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do right now is
There's a lot that I want to tell you.
I'm gonna be back. What I'm gonna do is call right now. I'm gonna go out and get in touch with the officers at the scene. I'm gonna see if the house was burglarized.
Okay.
All right, just hang on for a second.
Thank you.
You wanna wait here?
During the conversation, she was informed that her husband was shot twice. When she received this news from the officers, she burst into crocodile tears. And right now, when she was told the same, she could only think about the cameras in her room and the alarm system. Her tone has been quite consistent for someone who just lost a husband. Now the officers are done playing games. They have more than enough to reveal the whole truth.
Well, you know that I advise you your rights, right?
Yes, you have.
Okay, the game's over with. Okay, there's no more games with you and I. Now we're gonna get down to serious business. I wanna know if you know this guy. Come here, bring this guy in here. Get over here. Get over here. You know who this guy is?
No.
You've never seen him before?
I've never seen him before. Ever.
Do you know her?
Put your head up and look at her.
Put your head up.
I've never seen him.
What were you doing coming out of her house? Get him out here. You're going to jail today for solicitation and murder. You're under arrest.
Ooh.
That's an undercover police officer. We filmed everything that you did, recorded everything that you did. You're going to jail for solicitation of first-degree murder on your husband.
I didn't do anything.
Did you hear what I just told you?
I heard what you said. I didn't do
Everything,
anything.
listen to me. Everything has been recorded. You were photographed in the convertible when you sat in his car in the front of CVS. What do you want to do? What do you want to do here?
I didn't do anything.
Listen to
I
me.
didn't do anything.
You're going
I
to
didn't
jail.
do anything, please. I didn't do anything.
Tell me you didn't do anything?
I didn't do anything.
You're going to jail today. As soon as I'm done, they're going to come in here and handcuff you and take you to the Palm Beach County Jail, book you for solicitation of first-degree murder on your husband. Your husband is well and alive.
Thank God.
Oh, yeah, thank God.
Can I see
No,
him,
he doesn't
please?
want to see you.
What's going on? I just see him.
He doesn't want to see you. You better quit your plan. Listen to me. I want you to quit your acting and get this over with. Yes, you are. Okay. You know what? You need a real good attorney. You need a real good attorney because we're going to show him the film where you say you're 5,000% sure you want him.
Right, Diane.
You think I made that up? You think I made that up? It's exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to talk with you. When I leave this room, no other officer will ever talk to you again. The next time we see you is when you're in trial. Now, you can make it right here, or you're going to trial, and you're going to do life in prison. You want to cooperate with us, whatever you want to do. It's over and done once I walk out. I'm not coming back in to talk to you. And no one else is here. What do you want to do before I leave here? Because the next officer comes here, they handcuff you and take you to the
I
jail.
want to see my husband, please.
No, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. I'm leaving now. Can I have an officer come in here and cuff the person?
I don't know what's going on, please.
We go ahead and arrest report, solicitation first-degree murder.
Can I see what's happening, please?
Can you stand up?
Stand up, please.
Come on.
Oh my God.
He's alive.
Come here, please. Come here.
That's
Like, come here.
her husband.
Come here, please. Come here.
Her husband walks past. He was supposed to be unalive.
Why not? I didn't do anything to him. Mike, come here, please. Come here.
We'll take her back to Bozeman, please.
Yep, she needs a miracle.
On that day, Dalia Dippolito was charged with solicitation of first-degree murder. At the time, the case wasn't popular, but at the same time, the infamous TV show Cops was filming in the area where the police force's sting operation began. During her trial, Dalia's defense lawyer argued that she had been deceived into signing the Cops release form and asserted that her husband Michael had orchestrated the scheme to be featured on the show Cops. Despite these defense strategies, both attempts proved unsuccessful, leading to Dalia Dippolito's conviction in 2017 and subsequent sentencing to a 20-year prison term. Dalia won't be able to see outside of her prison until the year 2032, and she should consider herself lucky. If she had gone with her plans, she would have served life for doing so. But it was because of this hero, the ex-husband of Mohammed Shihadeh, who was trusted by Dalia for this dangerous task, and instead of helping her, he went right to the police. This was the crazy case of Dalia Dippolito. And as always, thanks for watching.
That's right. Lakeisha, I sent you
from TikTok.
Yes, please play it because this is crazy.
It's her felon fiance.
Wait a minute.
Y'all, why is she posted a video? Ha. So one could argue that she wanted this attention and that she may be just as sick as her felon fiance. Y'all, why is she posted a video high-ing it up at Twilight? So this is a video she posted with Twilight on her television saying, starting to feel very ha up in here. I don't think that anybody is laughing at what your felon fiance did. So if you don't know what's going on the Tickety Talk, of course, a content creator by the name of Phoenix posted this video of her celebrating her engagement and her first Valentine's Day with her fiance that just got out of the clink after spending 13 years there. Apparently, her fiance Blake just got out of the clink in August of 2025. She met Blake in December of 2025, and now they are engaged in February of 2026.
Oh, Lord.
Now, if Phoenix would have just made a video and said, I'm celebrating my first Valentine's Day with my fiance, no one would have been none the wiser that this is her fiance. But she invited us into her world by telling us that he just spent 13 years in the clink. He spent 13 years in the clink for plotting to shoot up a movie theater during the new Twilight film back in 2012. Apparently, he was planning to shoot up a movie theater as well, but his mom told on him, and officers of the goddamn law was able to quickly intervene. Now, apparently, from an early age, Blake mental health issues. His mom had been trying to get him help for the longest, and he was finally diagnosed with bipolar. And back in 2012, he was sentenced to 15 years in the clink, in which he served 13 years of that sentence. And the judge did not order any mandatory mental health evaluations or mental health treatment for him. So according to Blake and Phoenix, who said this on a live, he is not taking his medication. And apparently Phoenix has been diagnosed with some mental health issues as well, that she's not taking any medication or any type of therapy or counseling or nothing for. So I don't know about y'all, but I can smell a disaster waiting to happen. If you're wondering what these pictures are, despite just knowing each other in December and getting engaged in February, on Valentine's Day, the two went and got matching tattoos. He got the key and she got the lock. Well, hopefully that key and lock doesn't end up on some prison cell somewhere with these two spending life in prison, or one or both of them deceased, or somebody else hurt in the process. It just smells and feels a little funny to me. The mental health issues, not taking care of those and doing what you need to do, and also the fact that they don't know each other, they haven't had an opportunity to get to know each other, don't know how each other acts under pressure. This is going to be a sticky situation. But players, I want to know what you all think. Put your thoughts in the comments. This is Double D Mova for the Black Accurate News. So one could argue that she wanted this attention.
Nice. You sent another one too.
Yeah, that's a longer video, and I like this woman. Is funny. She reminds me of one of them. Like, I forgot who it was, but she's funny. Just, you can start it, and it really breaks down what is going on in the case. Because it's crazy, and I remember this happening years ago, and he was on the news. He did some like news interviews, kind of like Andrew. And this boy is insane.
Was just in prison for the last 13 years.
Did we learn nothing from watching Love After Lockup? Unfortunately, if it wasn't already common sense, you probably weren't going to learn a lesson. At least on our friend Phoenix here, who didn't expect her prison love story to blow up. And to give her credit, she didn't find a man in prison. She found a man fresh out of prison. Why? Let's hear her story.
But marrying a man that was just in prison for the last 13 years, and I'm going to answer some commonly asked questions I've been receiving on my videos. Starting out with number 1. How did he afford these flowers in my engagement ring? Let me tell you. He goes to work. He goes to work every single day. He works 12-hour shifts. In fact, he just got a promotion, and he's been with this company for 5 months. He got out of prison in August. He had a job like 3 weeks later. We did not meet with.
That's great. And they do have programs that will help ex-felons get out of jail. Oh, well, you're always a felon. Ex-cons get a job after they get out of prison. And that's all well and good. He does have a job, I believe. I believe her that he has a job. But according to her and according to their TikToks, this man was paroled out to a halfway house and or his parents' house. And I will say that your apartment, Miss Phoenix, is probably a lot more.
Knew I was caught, so I told him.
That's him.
I've had plans to shoot at Walmart. Yeah, it was just, I don't know what I was thinking.
It's not funny.
Moved into my house.
Wow.
Which brings me to my next question. Why are we rushing? All I can say is, 1, you know when you know, and 2,
you don't.
2, yes, we are engaged, but we are waiting until November of 2027 to actually get married, because that is when he's going to be off parole. He's doing about 2 years on parole.
He's an influencer.
And so, yeah, like, was the engagement rushed? Yes. Are we actually getting married anytime soon? No. This isn't really a question, but more of a comment that I've been getting a lot, and it's that he's using me. That's not accurate. He had his own plans when he got out of prison. He got a job pretty immediately. Within like a month or two, he bought a brand new Ford Bronco.
Quick thought. A person doesn't need to be completely destitute and starving to death in order to use another person for their resources. It just means that he gets to save up on his resources by utilizing your resources. And maybe he's not using her, but her excuses as to why he's not using her are not definitive reasons to conclude he's definitely not using you. Just saying.
He had plans to get his own place. So when you get out of prison, you have to tell them where you're going to be living. And he went to his parents' house, but he was in the process of working on moving out when we met. So no, I wasn't his fallback plan or anything like that. Someone also said he's using me financially, which is completely inaccurate. In fact, he's better with money than I am. And he makes significantly more money than I do. So there's that. And the big question is, why did he spend 13 years in prison? And
now she's going to go on to say that she's not ready to tell us, but we found out, of course we did. Now this
apartment, and they came and found me.
In the interrogation, you were asked lots of...
I didn't tell my mom. She found a receipt in my pocket, and then she called the sheriff's department, and they came and found me.
In the interrogation, you were asked lots of questions.
Yes.
At some point, you said you had intended to...
Look at this crazy man.
Yes, and then the detective, he came out of nowhere and said I was going to threaten a movie theater.
Wow.
I just started agreeing with him because I knew either way he was going to find me. He was going to charge me for something.
He bought the weapons. He bought the ammo. He hid the weapons. And he had scoped out a Walmart and a movie theater. He had his thoughts swirling about both of these locations because obviously he's not going to get to do both of them. It's probably going to be just one, and then he's probably going to be shot himself by the police, if not, taken into custody or taken himself. I don't know. I wasn't in his head at the time. And what had happened was he hid the weapons at his girlfriend's dad's house.
Wow.
And the girlfriend's dad...
because you can Google him and find the story because it hit every national media outlet. Again, this was like 14, 15 years ago now, because it took him a couple of years to get to trial and get sentenced and everything. And I know saying he spent 13 years in prison, it probably seems like, oh my God, he must have unalived somebody or... I've also...
So here I feel like she's trying to diminish what he did. Yeah, he didn't hurt anybody, but he sure did try to. He was going to hurt somebody. He bought 2 assault rifles. And the reason he told police that he was going to pick the Walmart over the movie theater, because in the end, if he ran out of ammo, this is in a state where they sell ammo and weapons at Walmart. My Walmart doesn't do that here, but they sell ammo at that Walmart. So if he ran out of ammo, but he still had targets, if he's at the Walmart, he could just go get some. These are the actual court records, and this is from when he tried to appeal the court's decision and have it overruled, so he did not get 13 years or whatever he got. So Blake later purchased 2 assault rifles and engaged in target practice. So he went and practiced shooting, despite having no experience using firearms. When his mother found out, she alerted the police during the course of an interview at the police station. The police asked about his plan. Defendant admitted that he would have gone to the local Walmart, walked in, and started shooting at random.
Oh, wow.
On appeal, defendant argues there was insufficient evidence of both elements of attempt, the intent to complete the crime, and a substantial step forward in completing it. He also argues that the trial court erred in overruling his motion to suppress evidence. So he wanted to suppress his confession.
Excuse me. You are going to die in there.
And that was denied. And this, of course, his appeal was overruled as well. At the time of the events leading into the conviction, defendant was 20 years old and lived at home with his parents south of Bolivar. See, she goes on to say, well, he was only 19. He was only 19. And it's a slight discrepancy. He was 20 years old. And I think that was done intentionally because teen sounds better than 20 in her mind. So she's already trying to minimalize what he did by this just slight little lie,
Oh, yeah.
but it's indicative of her mentality, in my opinion.
I could love this comment a million times. I would. He did do his time. It's over. Nobody got hurt.
Defendant was taking
Wow.
prescription drugs for depression and had been hospitalized a number of times. Efforts to ensure he took his medication. He did not like taking it and admitted that in the past he had sometimes cheeked the medication by hiding the pills in his mouth, hiding them in his cheek, and pretending to swallow them, and then when mom wasn't looking, spit it out into the trash.
Wow.
On November 12th and 13th, 2012, defendant legally purchased 2 assault rifles, a .22 caliber and a .223 caliber. I don't know about guns. And ammunition from the Boulevard Walmart. Defendant and his girlfriend took the guns to the apartment of a mutual friend who had experience handing assault rifles. Because defendant had never shot a gun before, the friend showed him how to sight and load the guns. Defendant did not want them at his parents' house because he knew his mother would not approve of him possessing guns. The next day, defendant moved the guns to the home of his girlfriend's father. The father, who evidently was aware to some extent of defendant's past mental health issues, detective interviewed him. He was not in handcuffs during the course of the interview, and detectives did not take away any of his possessions. The detective told him that and making a terroristic threat.
He did not.
Nobody got hurt.
Like, he truly didn't do
She's
anything,
slow.
which sounds crazy because he spent 13 years away. But I know one day we will share his story. But for now, I kind of just want to protect him.
Each time he was released after 4 days, the legal limit.
He didn't get a chance to.
Order with new
Right.
meds and a new diagnosis.
He planned it.
Ranging from a form of autism to bipolar to a condition linked to
Uh-oh.
schizophrenia. Do you consider yourself mentally ill?
If I stay busy, I'm good. But if I get bored or am I by myself, I get to thinking of stuff.
What stuff?
It could be dangerous.
It could be
Did
suicidal.
you hear him say he gets to thinking about stuff?
And she would have had babies with this man.
Right. A whole ring. He did his time. He's good now. She's an
Technically, he didn't
influencer.
do anything.
Wow, she has missed the mark.
And it could be homicidal.
Because
Wow.
he's still kind of integrating back in, and I don't want to do anything that jeopardizes like his mental health or anything like that. But
She gotta sleep with one eye open.
ask
Right.
that maybe everybody just stop and could you imagine being 20 years old and you spend a year or 2 in a county jail and get sentenced to 13 years just for doing nothing?
For doing nothing.
He did not
He had 2
do
guns.
anything. And that's actually going to lead us down the road of trying to get his record sealed. It will be very hard, if not impossible, unfortunately, because he is a convicted felon.
You have known this man for 7 weeks, Phoenix, and you're already planning to spend your money and energy and time trying to
life.
get his record sealed or expunged or some bullshit. Oh,
I love her. I
delusional.
love her.
And don't get me
Yeah,
started. I'm
she's
about to
good.
go into the
Jessica.
fact that once this stuff started blowing up, this man Blake is playing into it. He's posting videos to Twilight music, songs from the movie Twilight, talking about the movie.
Somebody asked if we were Team Edward or Jacob, so I'm sorry, it's not funny.
Talking about the bodies hit the floor, joking about his crime.
Do our very first conversation starter, and it is, what is your favorite song? I think today I'm gonna have to say Decode by Paramore.
Ooh, this is a hard one. My favorite song would have to be by Drowning Pool, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor.
What?
That's what I would have to pick for this moment.
Apparently, as soon as he found out that
all.
he could make some money from this, now all of a sudden
He is he cuckoo. He's the Lulu.
it's a joint TikTok.
Totally delusional.
Account. It was Phoenix's account. She's had this TikTok account for years. I went back on her account
Keep
trying
an
to
eye
figure
on
out
him.
who
He starts twitching too.
this man was, so I could look up his crimes to find his name before we knew what it was. And she has videos from way before she met Blake. That's how I found out how old she was, because she wants to know how much money they can make from this.
I'm sure you see all the time on the news, people are wrongly convicted that get out of prison after 1, 2, 3 decades of a crime that they did not commit. So it happens. People go to prison for almost no crime happening. So if you want to, you should probably do your own research before you actually assume something. But
saying the guy,
other than that,
I mean, yes, it was a violent charge, but nobody, not a single soul got hurt.
no, I'll even tell you the 2 charges was a first-degree assault and armed criminal action. If you want to look into that and the definition of those 2 charges, all you have to do is Google it and it'll tell you.
And you were 19.
I was 19 years old. I got
with-
sentenced to 15 years, but did 13 of it. So
he's going to be on parole for 2 years. We are waiting until that is over to get legally married. So that's going to be the end of 2027.
oh, and another thing is I bought the flowers and the ring with my own money from the job that I have. Actually got promoted at the job. So people with felonies can get jobs. They don't just come out and start selling drugs again and go out there and abusing women. People do change. They get jobs. There's companies that actually hire it's a second chance company. So, I mean, it's just.
And then I asked him to move in. I was not a fallback plan. I wasn't his plan B or C. He had a stable living situation before meeting me. We met on Tinder, and then we met for the first time in person at a local coffee shop. There's been some confusion about that. We kind of never expected these videos to do anything, so we've just been kind of bombarded by a lot of questions. But no, I asked him to move in. We split all of the household bills, and that was something that he wanted.
Yeah, she tried to tell me no at first because no one has ever done that with her.
What do you mean you were ready to pay all his bills and be his provider, be the household provider, and let him? What? She told you no to splitting the rent and the bills? That tells me that she has, in my opinion, very low self-esteem, that she thinks that just being his girlfriend is not good enough, and she has to give him more than just a partnership for him to stay. So she was offering up, let me pay all your bills. That's wild, Phoenix.
And this is not her first relationship. Like some comments are saying that she's never had a boyfriend.
Yeah.
That's not true. And I mean, I have a kid myself. So she does not live with me. So right now it's just me and her in this household. And
I think the judgment that we're receiving, like for me, about me having kids already and saying like I'm going to be on the first 48, or there's going to be like a docuseries about when he unalives me, those are kind of like the hardest to take in. I understand the concern. I have had a long line of very toxic relationships, and I know this is not that. And it's really sad for me to see that, like, just how quickly the judgment can come on when you don't know someone. I found out about his past before I even met him, because I was able to read the articles that are out there, and I came to my own opinion, and that was no one got hurt. She loves they did that. Arrest him. Nothing was going to happen. And also, it was a 19-year-old that was struggling with mental health stuff. So for me, it was like, okay, nobody got hurt. And I think everybody deserves a second chance without crazy judgment.
Yeah, but he's not getting any help. He's just living with you, and you're just going to assume that he's going to be back to normal, that he's not dealing with mental health still, like, you're putting yourself in a dangerous situation.
Judgment.
Yes.
I will say,
Wait a second. Wait. Pause it for a second.
Yes.
For people just coming in, Cyrus, I see he said, what did he do? Can y'all hear me okay? What he
Yes.
did was when he was 20 years old, he planned like a Columbine type of unaliving, mass unaliving. He wanted to do it either in Walmart or at the movie theater with people watching Twilight. And his mother caught him before he could do it because she found receipts for all the blickies in his jean pockets and stuff like that. And she was like, "My son don't go out hunting. What is he doing with all this stuff?" So she called the police, and they kind of intervened. Well, they did intervene, and that's why she keeps saying, "Well, technically, he didn't do nothing."
Right.
And now we're here.
Yes. She keeps saying that he really didn't do anything.
Oh yeah, she's only known him for 7
her.
weeks.
Yes, she's in some freaking delusional denial. Anyway, let's continue.
Somebody serves their prison sentence and they are released to the public, they do deserve a second chance. Now, not PDF files and people who harm animals, women,
Right.
children, and the elderly. No, you don't get a second chance. You go into the woods and live under a tree or something. But this kind of thing, okay, yes, you deserve a second chance to have a regular life among society. You served your time, but you do not deserve free of judgment. What?
Right.
Us regular people who have never been felons or did something this bad are subject to judgment and criticism from our peers. So for you to expect to go on the internet of all places and tell this story and not receive judgment is wildly entitled.
And I took some time to reflect on that before I actually met him in person.
I saw that video blowing up like it has. And then when it started doing that, when we noticed it, he started asking me about how TikTok works and everything. And because he assumed that if it was blowing up like that, then I was going to get paid. And I told him, no, like, I'm not part of the Creator Rewards Fund. I'm still not part of the Creator Rewards Fund. I don't care to be. But he wanted to see if I could get to 10,000 followers, which obviously I have. I have not even applied for the Creator Rewards Fund. The first thing Blake ever wanted to do when he came out of prison was start his own podcast. Obviously, he's not good at technology. He does not understand what can happen on social media if you're getting negative attention, which we are learning. He is learning that. I have been bullied on TikTok for 3 years. I had a video last year that did 122,000 views, and I started receiving death threats, and I had a complete mental breakdown over it. Sat down and I tried to explain to him, like, this could happen. How is it going to affect you and me? Just like our mental health and stuff. He thought it would still be worth it. And we set clear boundaries. Like, if this happens or that happens, like, we're done. We're like, that's it. One of those things did happen last night in our live. I get that it can't be doxing if it's public information, but also it's just a very shitty thing to do, because what's going to be the next thing? Like, our personal information that gets out there beyond what happened last night. And it's just unfortunate. It's sad. It's people telling me how horrible of a person he is while then turning around and being horrible. So it just sucks. Social media sucks. And I don't know what things are going to look like going forward. No, I'm not leaving him. No, he's not leaving me. We have been asked by a couple of podcasts and shows if we would be interested. I think Blake has a very unique outlook on being in prison and the justice system and how those things work. I'm not leaving him because I truly feel like he did not do anything. I don't believe he deserved to be in there for 13 years. Had people actually gotten hurt, I would not be saying that. I myself have a long history of being involved with men and domestic violence.
While I do believe her that she's been a victim of domestic violence and nobody deserves that, that does not mean that she's this innocent thing herself. Now, she revealed this information during one of her live streams, that somebody was able to obtain a protective order against her. And again, she's minimizing.
Why do you have a protective order against you? I had been friends with a man for 6 years, and we had hooked up and things, and then he got a girlfriend that I didn't know about, and she got upset that we kept in communication. So she thought getting a protective order would stop us from talking. I actually asked the judge to place that protective order against me. I asked him to approve her order because I was just sick of it.
Wow.
We actually, we didn't get to talk about any evidence in that protective order case because I asked him to approve it. It's just in a temporary status until August because the judge did not want it to affect my entire life. So he put it in a temporary status. I wasn't stalking him. 12 months is temporary. Yes. It's even if it's in a temporary status. If you know about the protective order, you saw that it's in a temporary status. Somebody just said your work. Somebody just said your work.
You said what?
Where you work.
Oh. Okay.
I'm not looking to repeat that. I knew Blake's history before I even met him, and I went ahead and met him and pretty quickly realized he is the sweetest, respectful, softest man I have ever been with.
My concern is that those characteristics that she just listed, he's the softest, sweetest, that's him masking. That's him trying to act like he thinks he's supposed to act, but that's not his heart. And I'm not saying that he's just this totally evil person and doesn't have the capacity to have feelings for anybody. I'm sure he likes her. Although I am concerned on one of their recent videos where he had his shirt off, he still has his prison body. And the comments were hyping him up, being real thirsty. Okay, ladies, I see you.
Yeah.
You Jeffrey Dahmer ass bitches. Okay, who was that guy with the tattoos on his face that had all the women at the trial, and Charles Manson and his girls? Okay, I see you. So my fear is that he is going to enjoy this attention, realize that he could get a more conventionally attractive woman, and leave poor Phoenix over there. He probably didn't think he could. I'm not trying to shame this woman's appearance, but the way he was smirking and showing off made me think, oh, he's gonna leave her for one of these. Now that she's made him famous a little bit, and there are women being like, I get it, girl, he's hot, he's fine. Is he going to find a woman that's considered more conventionally attractive and move in with her? I mean, this was a whirlwind relationship. Maybe he finds another one.
And I appreciate that. And I am grateful to have found someone like that. I have never been with anybody that I can communicate to the level that we are. I feel like he hears me, I hear him. We are evaluating things as things are changing.
It's almost like she has to continue to validate their relationship every moment she gets. Like she has to, oh, sorry about that, Hudson. She has to validate the relationship. He's never done anything to me. He's great to me. He would never hurt me. He only did that one thing and no one got hurt. Nothing happened. Nothing to see here.
Changing. People are saying that like what I've done is going to trigger him or anything. You have to remember he was 19 or 20 and hit national headlines. He understands what this is like. But I was trying to make him aware that things are different than they were 13 years ago. And everybody on TikTok just is going to stand behind their comments and it potentially causes actual harm. It's not worth it because he was just, well, he get monetized, we can do this, we can do that. And I'm like, it like spits though, like to our physical safety, our mental health. It's not worth it. And this was never my intention. And I just saw when that video blew up that it would be a perfect time. But if he wanted to start a podcast or if he wanted to tell his story on his own, that why not use this platform now to help him get there in his goals?
So now they are a joint TikTok account. Blake does not want to make his own TikTok account. And it makes me wonder, there is a law, an ironclad law that says convicts cannot profit off their crimes. So therefore, if he wants to write a book, if he wants to tell his story, he can do that, but he sure as hell cannot make any money. They would take all the money and probably donate it to something or whatever, or maybe he has.
Ultimately, he did not want to make his own TikTok page. And now he's just kind of giving up on a podcast. It's unfortunate because people just, you're going to go on Google and you're going to see the headlines and immediately think he's a bad person. Had he actually unalived people, yeah, like he would be a bad person. But my personal opinion, and it's mine that matters because I'm the one that's with him, is he did not do anything wrong. I not saying he was wrongfully convicted, but also like he did not deserve the sentence that he got. And I have never been in a relationship that I have been more respected, and I just have to appreciate that. He is not using me. He was setting up his life and everything before we even met. I am not concerned for my safety. I don't think anybody else should be concerned for my safety. I don't know what any content, if any, what that will look like going forward. I have been going back and forth about just deactivating my account. And it's not because of the hateful comments. I truly don't care. In fact, I think everybody is just set on misunderstanding him. And the fact that like no one got hurt, but yet everyone's just like, oh, he's the biggest piece of shit, red flag, walking.
She's got to pump up his personality and make him be something, better than his trip to the penitentiary. But the fact still remains that he wanted to do a Columbine.
I'm not like that. Like, I'm not going to judge him because nobody got hurt. And I just wish other people could see it. Like, I wish you could see the side that I have been seeing.
No
I know people are saying he's love bombing me. He's this or that, and I don't feel that way. And I have been in a relationship like that, and I'm not getting any of those types of feelings. I know we don't know each other fully yet. Like, that's obvious. So time will tell. But I am not in fear for myself. And I am just going to pretty much leave it at that. And we are going to continue to just navigate the situation. I have seen all the videos that have been made about us. I've seen the Reddit page. But you know what? It's my life, and I am happy with him. And if that changes, you know, okay, it's not the first time that would have happened to me. But it's really shitty what happened in our life last night. And it's just really sad that people are like, he's a horrible person, but then you turn and do a shitty thing. But that's all I really have to say about it. And I think we're just going to let it cool down and see what happens.
Just one last thing I find very distasteful. They're posting video clips of them watching the Twilight movies, which again was the movie premiere that he had envisioned himself possibly shooting up in addition to the Walmart.
Wow.
Let me know what you guys thought about this story in the comments. Type the hype button if you like this video. Don't forget to subscribe. Thanks for watching.
I subscribed. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me, Hudson. Thank you, Doodoo Bird. Thank you. I think she's off dating this guy. She doesn't really know him. He wants to shoot up. He probably, you know, she needs to be careful. I love you guys. We're going to see her on the news. That's right, Hudson. We're going to see her on the news talking about he's great for me. He's never was going to hit me. I'm not scared of my life. He didn't do anything wrong. He's a perfect guy. And, you know, all that stupid stuff. This will be the next case covered on YouTube. YouTube sensationalist goes out. I love you guys. Thank you so much for this wonderful live. Have a wonderful day. And I won't, tomorrow I go back to court. Tomorrow is court day again at 9 a.m. So wish me luck, guys. Yep, I go back tomorrow with her, with that silliness. Do I be glad when this is over? Yes. Is it going to be over anytime soon? I don't think so. But it is what it is. Thank you, Doodoo Bird. Thanks for the good lucks. Rock-a-doo-little. Have a great day. Thank you, Hudson.